Harsher and Brown Swiss exhibitors, it's 5 minutes till showtime. Those junior calves should be in the makeup ring. Harsher and Brown Swiss, junior calves, should be in the makeup ring. 5 minutes till showtime. Brown Swiss entry number 1. Brown Swiss entry number 1 to the makeup ring, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8 o'clock and showtime. Before we bring the animals into the ring, if you would, please stand, remove your headgear, direct your attention toward the flag above and behind me here at the announcer stand as Bernie Swigert, our organist, plays the national anthem and we salute our country. Well, we welcome exhibitors and each and every one here to the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition Show, our open dairy show. And over on our southern National Irisher show, we'll have our judge placing your animals this morning, Mr. Selwyn Donald. Selwyn is from New Zealand. He's a farmer there milking some 400 registered cows, including Ayrshire, Holstein, Jersey, as well as milking Shorthorn. He's New Zealand's most traveled judge. He was associate last year at the World Dairy Expo, and he's judged in the United Kingdom, Ireland, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and he's judged royal shows in all of those breeds. He's the current chairman of the New Zealand's largest show, the New Zealand Dairy Event, and has won numerous Supreme Show awards for all his breeds. This is his third time in the U.S., and we're pleased to have him here, and I'm particularly pleased to have him here in Louisville, Kentucky. He says that on their farm they use a lot of U.S. genetics on all of their breeds. Again, we welcome Selwyn Donald here to place our Ayrshires at the Southern National Ayrshire Show. And over on our Brown Swiss side, for your Southern National Brown Swiss Open Show, Steve Hendricks. Steve is from Walcott, Indiana. He works at Purdue University where he teaches animal science, and he's the judging coach as well as the Dairy Club advisor. He's been on their family farm for some 20 years, Hoosier Knoll Brown Swiss there in Walcott. He's had 3 years of service with the artificial insemination industry, working with NOBA at Gen X. He's been teaching at Purdue for some 20 years. 2003, he judged the Brown Swiss at the World Dairy Expo, the Central National. 2014, he judged Brown Swiss at Oklahoma and the Southwest National there. In 2014, he judged Holstein in South Korea National. He's judged in Colombia, Ecuador, Argentina, and South America. We're pleased to have Steve Hendricks placing our Brown Swiss here today. Our dairy show crew this morning is Superintendent Dan Grigson, retired UK agricultural agent from Stanford, Kentucky. The junior show superintendent is Roger Sparrow, retired UK Extension District Director. The assistant superintendent for testing is Val Shields, cattle marketing agent from Falmouth, Kentucky. Our Ayrshire show clerks are Tim Jeffries, retired Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Division of Shows and Fairs, and Stuart Gritton, retired Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Shows and Fairs. Ring person is David Herbst, UK Extension District Director, and Kristen Herbst, UK A&R agent from Carrollton, Kentucky. Makeup ring person is Amy Brandstetter, UK 4-H agent from Metcalfe County. And the awards are being handled by Linda McClanahan, UK Ag Agent, Mercer County. And on the Brown Swiss side, our clerks are Mike Phillis, retired UK Agriculture Agent from Carlisle, Kentucky, and Brenda Strange, dairy cattle breeder of Scottsville, Kentucky. The ring person is Eunice Shalappy, Kentucky Department of Agriculture Dairy Specialist, and Ethan Berry, Kentucky Department of Agriculture Shows and Fairs Division. The makeup ring person is Brandon Bell, UK Agriculture Agent from Edmonton, Kentucky. Sampling coordinator is David Adams, retired UK Extension District Director. Also assisting us on the Brown Swiss side as representatives from the Brown Swiss Association, Leonard Johnson and Skylar DeGroft, and the media representatives of Sherry Exley, Purebred Publishing, and Melissa Hart. Dairy agenda today is being handled by Danielle Nauman. Our National Brown Swiss Youth Ambassador is Elise Rigassi of Modesto, California. Ayrshire Intermediate heifer calves should be in the makeup ring, and Brown Swiss winter heifer calves should be in the makeup ring. Brown Swiss entries 26 and 195. Brown Swiss entries 26 and 195. To the makeup ring, please. Assisting us from the Ayrshire Breeders Association today is Executive Officer Becky Payne, and in the media reps is Marjorie Hardy, Ayrshire Digest, and our Queen, Hope Hazelton. And over on the Brown Swiss side, we have one other person to recognize, Marjorie Ryder with Purebred Publishing, and additionally, join me in wishing Marjorie a very happy birthday. First place in the Spring Heifer Calf class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 9, Cutting Edge C. Demi E.T., exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copac, New York. And second in the class is entry number 15, Muppets Twin Acres Miss Candid, exhibited by Louis Guerin Olivier, Hanford, California. Congratulations.
Technology fixed. It's a pleasure to be in the Brown Swiss ring this morning. I enjoyed kids, cows, and we got the good brown ones and lots of good challenges ahead of us. But starting out with a wonderful class of calves here, I think the first calf comes to the top. She's just so balanced from end to end. She's tall, she's straight, she walks on a great leg. She just puts a little more strength and substance through the front end, that dairy strength in particular in the heart and chest and fuller to crops. As she moves away from you, she holds her tail a little nicer between those pin bones. It's a clean cutness of a 2/3. She's longer, leaner in the neck, just a little more feminine about the head. You look at her rib structure, she's got a touch more openness and sweep to the rib. Get behind her, she's a touch wider at the pins than the calf in third. Love the tremendous rib and cage on the calf in third. She's just that much nicer up through the crop region, then drops that fore and rear rib much deeper than the calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just more heifer. She stands taller, she's longer, she's cleaner. I really like the size and the length of body over the youngest calf in the class. A lot of quality in the little calf, but just not quite enough to get on up the line.
Third place in spring heifer calf class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 16, exhibited by Morgan Howe, New Braintree, Massachusetts. Fourth, entry number 2, exhibited by Jacob Johns, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Fifth in the class, entry number 1, exhibited by Harley Smith, Collinsville, Oklahoma. Placing sixth, entry number 11, exhibited by Emily Good, Liberty, Kentucky. Seventh, entry number 12, shown by Jacob Rodel of Edgewood, Illinois. Eighth in the class, entry number 13, exhibited by New Beginnings Brown Swiss, Wagoner, Oklahoma. Ninth in the class was entry number 17 and was shown by Utter Confusion Dairy Farm of Durand, Illinois. 10th, entry number 4, exhibited by Ehlers Alry Farm, Nashville, Illinois. Congratulations. The North American International Livestock Exposition is proud to offer the Supreme Champion Show at the conclusion of our open shows here today. Exhibitors who had the winning breed grand champion will compete for a $2,500 cash award and banner, plus the recognition of having the Supreme Champion cow at the North American Open Dairy Show. It's a pleasure for the North American International Livestock Exposition to partner with the Kentucky Farm Bureau Federation to provide this special opportunity to recognize the outstanding dairy cattle and the outstanding exhibitors that exhibit here. We hope you all will plan to be here in Freedom Hall this afternoon for the Open Supreme Show. Brown Swiss entry number 40. Brown Swiss entry number 40 to the makeup ring, please. First place in the junior heifer calf class in the Irisher show is entry number 15. That's Hovercrest Scarlet ET, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And second is entry number 30, Lazy M Gentle Lady Gaga ET, exhibited by Neil Smith, Smyrna, Tennessee.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esher Ring. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation from the Southern National Show to come all the way here from New Zealand to judge at this prestigious show. 38 hours for us to leave home to get here to judge at this show, and it's been a long trip, but it's an absolute privilege, honour and pleasure to be here not only to represent my family but also my country, New Zealand. I believe I'm the first person ever to judge at a show outside of New Zealand in America, so I feel very humble. Thank you for those people behind the scenes that have got my nomination, and thank you to the Southern National for the endorsement. We're really looking forward to the day. I was here last year. I was Associate Judge in the World Dairy Expo. That's like being in a plane, I guess, being the co-pilot. Today, I am the pilot, so I'm going to sit back, relax and enjoy the ride, and hopefully we don't get too much turbulence, but we might get a few after judging. But I look forward to meeting all these wonderful people, and those of you that I don't know, and we hope that we have long-lasting friendship. As I said, for the introduction, I use a lot of US genetics. Folks, if this show is going to be like what we've had in this first class, I think we're going to be in for a hell of a ride. This is an outstanding calf at the top of the line, folks. Just look at the cleanness and sharpness throughout. I just love the way this calf just moves out on the parade. She has so much dairiness, so much quality, but what she does possess is so much power, balance. If you just look at her side view there, that tremendous depth and openness of rib, and just you wouldn't change this calf in any way to me. She doesn't need a top line on her because she is so damn good on top. And it's the overall balance, style, and just a little more cleanness through the neck and a little more heart room and depth and width of chest that gives her the advantage over the silky spotty calf here we have in second. I love the balance and style of this calf, and to me today, she has to get second over this big, tall white calf here because she just possesses more quality of bone, especially down through the hock region. I think she's more refiner through the thigh, she is more refiner through the hock. The white calf over the red calf here we have in fourth, I give her the distinct advantage just through openness, scale and depth through the front end. But take nothing away from this lovely calf here we have in fourth. I think she's got a tremendous rump on her, she's got tremendous width, and just look at the bone quality, the pencil thin thighs, and it's those thighs, the pencil thin thighs, just the quality of bone throughout that scores her over this big, tall, upstanding red calf here we have in fifth place. And she just goes over the calf in sixth. To me, she's a little more fuller through the crops and the withers and the chine, and there's just a little more power and capacity. Great class, congratulations exhibitors. Thank you. Does that just stay on?
First place in the winter heifer calf class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 195, R. Hart BJ 25, exhibited by Topview Farms, Bodkins, Ohio. And second in the class, entry number 102, Muffet's Twin Acre G Sugar, exhibited by Jacob Rodel, Edgewood, Illinois.
A real good class with a lot of quality going down, several heifers in the class. The first heifer to me comes to the top. I think she's a rather easy winner. She's got so much more substance and dairy strength through the front end, carries that balance back through the rib structure and more width through the hips and pins than the calf in second. Calf in second, when she gets in line, she really puts on a nice look from behind. When she's on the move, it doesn't look like she quite has the style, but when she gets in line, she's got that drop of rib and that balance. But she's taller in the front end, she's longer in the neck, just a little more length of body in that rib structure to get over the deep-bodied calf in third. Calf in third, just so much balance and rib cage, but she's more compact. I need to stretch her out a little to move up the line. But it is the rib cage that gets her in that spot over the next heifer in line. She's just that much deeper in heart, deeper in rear rib and flank in particular. The next two calves very similar. They're very clean and stylish, just not quite the capacity and width as those above her. But a good class. As we go down the line, we kind of lose a little bit in the loin and the rump structure for them to move up the line. Good class, well down the line.
Placing third in the junior heifer calf class in the Irisher show was entry number 27, exhibited by Mike and Julie Hemp, Beaverville, Illinois. Fourth in the class is entry number 6, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Fifth in the class, entry number 9, exhibited by JCC Irishers, Harrisburg, Kentucky. Placing sixth is entry number 3 and was shown by Mark and Becky Brown, Stitzer, Wisconsin. Seventh was entry number 29 and was exhibited by Carissa Mercer, Bryant, Indiana. Eighth in the class, entry number 25, exhibited by Ian Emery, Sullivan, Wisconsin. Placing ninth was entry number 13, was exhibited by Danny Daly, Winchester, Kentucky. 10th in the class, entry number 4, shown by Duncan Farms, Warsaw, Ohio. Congratulations. Third place in the winter heifer calf class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 22, shown by Mackenzie Pettigo, Smiths Grove, Kentucky. Fourth in the class was entry number 25 and was exhibited by Darlene Mosier, Pleasant Lake, Indiana. Fifth, entry number 18, exhibited by Brian Kramer of Judah, Wisconsin. Placing sixth was entry 35 and was shown by Malia Sontalane of Ada, Oklahoma. Seventh in the class, entry number 23, exhibited by Kayla Simpson, New Windsor, Maryland. Eighth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Haley Ham, Walton, Kansas. Ninth in the class was entry number 20 and was exhibited by Rylan Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Placing 10th, entry number 26, exhibited by Lee and Jocelyn Strange, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Congratulations. Ayrshire Senior Cavs, Ayrshire Senior Cavs to the makeup ring, please. Ayrshire Senior Cavs to the makeup ring. Ayrshire Senior Cavs, we need you to the makeup ring, please. Ayrshire Senior Cavs to the makeup ring. Placing first in the intermediate heifer calf class in the Ayrshire show is entry number 41. That's Mackinson Double Dare ET, exhibited by Glamourview, Michelle Downard, and Old Bankston, Epworth, Iowa. And second in the class, entry number 37, Mill Valley Advancer Greta, exhibited by Mill Valley Farm, Sydney, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great class as well, our second class of the day, and we've got two very, very smart calves at the top of the line, and this is why you judge animals and why I love judging, to separate these two, and there wasn't much between these two, but in my mind this is how I saw it. And today, folks, I think the heifer that we lead off just has a little more of an uphill run at the point of the shoulder there. She just tracks a little more freely on those rear legs as she sets them down. She has tremendous chest width and openness of rib, and if you see them on the side view, you see the first heifer there does possess far more capacity and angularity of rib than the heifer we have in second. But take nothing away from the heifer in second. I love the quality of this heifer here. I love the bone quality, and I just tremendous rump on this heifer. I just love the pin width and openness of rib, width of pin is quite outstanding. And just the overall balance and style that gives her the advantage over this heifer here, the red heifer here we have in third. I really admire the rump on this heifer as well. I think she tracks very well. And just the overall style and balance, and just blends a little more smoother through the shoulder. She sets that tail down a little more correctly over the heifer we have in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I think again it's just a heifer of quality, just through the quality of bone, down through the thigh, just shows a little more refinement down through the thigh. Close decision between fifth and sixth, but I gave the advantage to heifer in fifth place. Just uses her advantage through cleanness throughout, cleanness of bone, and especially through the front end. Thank you. Great class.
Third place in the intermediate heifer calf class in the Ayrshire show is entry number 45. That's Vallow Hill Prime Time, exhibited by Kenzie Emery of Sullivan, Wisconsin. Fourth in the class, entry number 47, exhibited by Caruso Martin Place Farm of Gorman, Maine. Fifth in the class, entry number 46, exhibited by Top Glen Farm, New Bremen, Ohio. Placing sixth was entry number 38 and was exhibited by Neil Smith, Smyrna, Tennessee. Placing seventh, entry number 44, shown by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Eighth in the class is entry number 33 and was exhibited by Maggie Matthews, New Vienna, Ohio. Placing ninth, number 31, shown by Destiny Bird, Hardyville, Kentucky. 10th in the class, entry number 43, exhibited by Mike and Julie Hemp, Beaverville, Illinois. Congratulations. We need Ayrshire entry 67. Ayrshire entry 67 to the makeup ring, please. Entry 67, your class is entering the ring. Last call, entry Ayrshire entry 67. Riley DeGroft, your entry, Ayrshire entry 67. Your class is going in the ring. Last call. Placing first in the Paul Heifer Calf class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 52, Norbert Richard Jaguar, exhibited by Madison Klingen of Angola, Indiana. And second in the class, entry number 39, Glenmardale Seaman Poppy, exhibited by Becky Brown, Stitzer, Wisconsin.
Just a real nice heifer to start this class. I think she kind of puts the dairy cleanliness, openness, and angularity together so nice that it really kind of puts the package together a touch more through the front end than the heifer in second. She's longer in that neck. She fits in just a little nicer neck into shoulder, up into that crop region. Just a touch taller at the point of withers. But she's clean, she's balanced, she's got a nice foot and leg underneath her. I think she comes to the top easy. Second and third, I think, are close. They're short-aged animals, but they're very stylish. I think the second heifer has just a touch more rib structure, drops the rear rib and flank a touch deeper, and has a touch more arch and spring to the rib when you get behind her. 3/4, she's just cleaner cut all the way through, more incurving in the thigh. I think she's a little flatter in the bone down through the leg, just a little more cleanliness. Fourth heifer is kind of my problem heifer. I love her frame. She's tall, she's straight, good rump, not quite as clean. A little short in the neck, a little thicker at the point of withers, a little thicker through the thigh. Clean her up, a touch more openness, and maybe a touch more sweep to the rib. She's got a more vertical rib than open sweep. But I love her style and her framework. That's what gets her in fourth over fifth. She's more correct in the rump, particularly back through the pin bones. More correct slope from hips to pins, more width at the pins. Allows that tail to set in just a little neater. The next two heifers have a little different problem. I swift them back and forth. It's the cleanliness, the length of neck, the femininity about the head that puts the heifer back above the young lady in the green shirt. She's just a touch longer in that neck. She's a little nicer and angular at the shoulder back into the chine. Then we got some heifers, not quite the framework structure, nice rib, but not quite the upstandingness and correctness and strength through the front end.
Placing third in the Paul Heifer Calf class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 50. That's exhibited by Ashley Osborne of Vandalia, Illinois. Fourth in the class, entry number 54, exhibited by Locken Farm, Marysville, Ohio. Placing fifth is entry number 44 and is shown by Ryland Neerman of Brownstown, Indiana. Sixth, entry number 51, exhibited by Harley Smith, Collinsville, Oklahoma. Placing seventh is entry number 48 and is exhibited by Buckley and Saltzman, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Eighth in the class, entry number 58, exhibited by New Beginnings Brown Swiss, Wagoner, Oklahoma. Ninth in the class is entry number 41 and is exhibited by Leanne Vanderland, Cushing, Oklahoma. 10th in the class, entry number 56, shown by Utter Confusion Dairy, and Durand and Double W Dairy, Durand, Illinois.
You take anything. I didn't look good. But we're still in Brown Swiss over here now, so. I was going to check everything up here. Yeah, you and Roger. Made a good showing up here. You get off the stage. I didn't get off the stage.
Ayrshire Summer Yearlings, Ayrshire Summer Yearlings to the makeup ring, please. Ayrshire Summer Yearlings to the makeup ring. Ayrshire entry 73, Summer Yearling Ayrshire entry 73 to the makeup ring, please. First place in senior heifer calf class in the Ayrshire show is entry number 52, Glenmardale Burdette Booyah, exhibited by Mark and Becky Brown, Stitzer, Wisconsin. Second in the class, entry number 60, Mill Valley Burdett's Faith, exhibited by Mill Valley Farms, Sydney, Ohio.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I always wanted a brown Swiss, and I think I'm going to get one when I get home, but I didn't really want to get one that way just before in the judging ring when the brown Swiss came charging out, but it was all good fun. Well, folks, this is what judging's about. When you get two heifers, I'll state the obvious. They're not the biggest heifers in the class, but to me today they have the most dairy quality about them. They have the most refinements throughout, and they're just overall balanced. The package, I think, is quite outstanding on these two heifers. I just love the way this first heifer blends throughout her body parts. She has tremendous depth of rib, and if you see her, she walks away from me, she has that lovely silky thigh on her. She has tremendous depth of heel as well when she walks. And I guess it's the overall refinement down through the tail head and the way the tail is set up over the heifer we have in second. But as I said, two very, very similar heifers. I give the advantage to the second heifer over the third heifer. Obviously, she is just a little more angular. She has more body capacity. She has more depth and openness of rib, and she's a little more silkier through the hide. She also possesses more correct foot shape and size, especially on the rear hooves. I give the advantage to the third over the fourth. I think she's just more level through the rump. She just possesses a little more refinement down through the hock, and she tracks more freely on the rear legs than this big, tall brown heifer we have in fifth place. I give her the advantages for the scale and the openness of chest width over this really silky heifer we have in sixth. Great class. Thank you.
First place in the Summer Yearling Heifer class in the Open Brown Swiss Show is entry number 89, Brown Velvet Braden Vella, exhibited by Rachel Heppel of Epworth, Iowa. Second in the class is entry number 63, Cutting Edge S. Surrey, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York.
Good class of heifers, not quite the overall quality we had in our other class winners, but this heifer comes to the top fairly easy. You love her from the shoulder back, her dairy strength and depth of heart, length fore, rear rib, and the overall capacity through that rib structure. Very correct in the rump and the way she tracks out. She's not as clean and long in that neck as the heifer in second, and it's the dairy quality and cleanliness that gets the heifer in second over third. She's longer in the neck. She's more chiseled at the point of withers. She's just a little cleaner back through the thigh. I'd like to see a little more width in the heifer in second, but dairy quality and angularity gets her there. Third over fourth, I think she's got just a little more style and balance to her. You get behind her, I like the way she tracks in those rear legs with a touch more width. She carries herself with more arch and spring of the rib when you get behind her. Next two heifers are very similar through the front end. The first heifer to me, just a little more width, again, through the rear end, hips, pins, and thurls, and has just a touch more rib structure with depth of the rear flank over the next heifer in line. But the next heifer in line is just that much more front end. She's a little taller at the point of withers, carries herself with just a little more balance and harmonious blending of parts as you go back through the body structure. We lose some framework as we come down, not quite the top line and rumps that need to move up the line.
Placing third in the senior heifer calf class in the Irisher show is entry number 64. It's exhibited by Emma Matthews, New Vienna, Ohio. Fourth in the class is entry number 57 and is exhibited by Mike and Julie Hemp, Beaverville, Illinois. Fifth, entry number 53, shown by Courtney Kemkes, Walton, Nebraska. Placing sixth is entry number 70 and is exhibited by David Hansen, Goodridge, Minnesota. Seventh in the class, entry number 58, exhibited by Brad, Lacey, Jackson, and Logan Condor of Brazil, Indiana. Eighth in the class, entry number 56, shown by Dalton Dillon and Breanne Freeman of Bremen, Indiana. Ninth, entry number 50, exhibited by Brian Emery, Sullivan, Wisconsin. Placing 10th, entry number 69, exhibited by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Placing third in the summer yearling heifer class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 62, exhibited by Tumbleweed Dairy, Lowell, Michigan. Fourth, entry number 140, shown by New Beginnings Brown Swiss, Wagoner, Oklahoma. Placing fifth was entry 64 and was exhibited by Ryland and Shelby Neerman of Brownstown, Indiana. Sixth in the class, entry number 61, exhibited by Madison Mangus of Fairhope, Pennsylvania. Seventh place, entry number 71, exhibited by Garrett Weldy of Wakarusa, Indiana. Eighth place in the class, entry number 68, exhibited by Delbert Teeters and family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Ninth, entry number 70, shown by Katie Collier, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 10th in the class was entry number 60 and was exhibited by Delbert Teeters and family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Congratulations. We need Irisher Junior Yearlings, please. First in the summer yearling class in the Irisher show is entry number 71, Hall's Millionaire Catalina, exhibited by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. And second in the class, entry number 76, Wingert's Gibbs Electra, exhibited by Jasmine L. Wingert of Kent, Illinois.
Ladies and gentlemen, only four in the class, but really four different kind of animals, but at the end of the day, I had to go with this heifer at the top of the line. I think if I hadn't placed her first, I would have been doing the heifer an injustice. I think she has that refinement throughout. She has the neck extension and length of neck that gives her the distinct advantage over the heifer in second. She's also more longer. She's more chest width as well. And I just like the rump on this heifer. If you get from a side view and then a hind view, you see tremendous width of rump and openness of rump. And I commend her for that. And those reasons she takes out the first today. Second over third, just straight out as dairiness and dairy quality. I think she's more chiseled. She has more refinement throughout, especially down through those thighs. And she blends a little more smoother through the shoulder and blending of body parts throughout. Close decision between third over fourth. We have to give the advantage to the third. She just shows a lot more heart room. She has more depth and openness of rib as well. But take nothing away from this heifer we have in fourth here. Heifer, when you get from a side view, you see a long heifer. You get from behind her, you see tremendous a rump on this heifer as well. Thank you.
Placing third in the summer yearling class in the Irisher show is entry number 211, exhibited by Coleman Stacy, Smyrna, Tennessee. Fourth in the class is entry number 78 and exhibited by Leanne Vanderland, Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Now showing junior yearlings in the Irisher show. Junior yearlings now coming in the ring. We need Irisher entries 82, 84, and 85. Your class is coming in the ring. Last call. We need Irisher intermediate yearlings to the makeup ring, please. Irisher intermediate yearlings to the makeup ring.
See how well I got out of the way that brown Swiss couldn't run down through there? I'd like, no.
I wouldn't even have been out there. I'd have been going the other way.
Placing first in the spring yearling heifer class in the open brown Swiss show is entry number 82, Cutting Edge G Valley, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copac, New York. And second, entry number 90, Hidden Hill Trent Nemesis, exhibited by Allie Jones, Glasgow, Kentucky.
Logical class for this yearling class, logical winner for this yearling class, I'm sorry. She's so clean, she's angular, and it's the front end that puts her on the top of the class over the one in second. She's taller at the withers, she's longer, leaner in that neck, and the way she comes into the shoulder and the overall balance and sweep to the rib, get behind her. I think she's just got to touch more cleanliness through the thigh and down through the quality bone in the leg. But I think she logics to the top pretty easy. Heifer in second over third on strength. She's just deeper in the heart, wider in the chest, carries that length, the fore, rear rib, and flank for more overall substance and capacity. The gentleman in third, he could be at the top of the class if we had that capacity to finish her out. She's got the framework, she's got the long, clean neck and the correctness of the leg. She just doesn't give me the capacity, particularly the depth of rib. But so much style and correctness of frame, it places her in third over fourth. She's taller at the point of withers, she's longer from end to end, just a touch cleaner made all the way through. Next heifer, just a touch more substance. She's longer from end to end, deeper in the rear flank, touch more width as you get behind her. On down the line, we kind of lose a little bit of the framework once again, and not quite the feet and legs to move up the line.
Placing third in the spring yearling heifer class in the open brown Swiss show is entry number 73, exhibited by Ryland Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 83, exhibited by Darla Kepner of Wallet, Illinois. Placing fifth, entry number 72, exhibited by Sharks Dairy, Philip Sharks of Harvard, Illinois. Sixth in the class, entry number 80, exhibited by Ryland Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Placing seventh, entry number 81, exhibited by Utter Confusion Dairy Farm, Durand, Illinois. Eighth in the class, entry number 75, shown by Caitlin Johnson of St. Charles, Illinois. Placing ninth, entry number 74, exhibited by Amelia Stone of New Palestine, Indiana. 10th in the class is entry number 77 and is exhibited by Mark Hornbostel of Mount Carmel, Illinois. Congratulations. First place in the junior yearling heifer class in the Irisher show was entry number 82, Duncan Double Whammy Margarita, exhibited by Duncan Farms, Warsaw, Ohio. And second, entry number 87, Maurice Gibbs Cayenne, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland.
Folks, yeah, what a great class, and we have a heifer there that's joined in June, March. So, I give the advantage today. She just has so much size and scale and tremendous amount of capacity. If you look from the tip of a nose to the tip of a tail, you just see an overall complete package there. She doesn't need a top line on her because she's so damn good on top. She tracks out on very good feet and legs. Yes, she's carrying a little bit of condition, but so am I. And it doesn't matter because we've got a bit to come and go on. I'm not going to be calving in 2 months' time, no, and this heifer is, so we need to have a bit of nick on her to calve down. I just love her sweep and angularity of rib, and as she walks out, this is poetry in motion. I think she just sets those rear legs down so nicely. But what I love about this heifer is the size, the scale, and the scope. But look behind her, she has tremendous bone quality. Those pencil-thin thighs for such a growthy animal was quite outstanding, so I really think she wins this class quite easily. I love the cut of this heifer we have in second place. To me today, she just tracks a little more correctly on the rear legs. She's just a little more natural on her pins as she walks in her rump. And its tail head just sets down a little more evenly between the pins than the heifer we have in third. The heifer in third, I love her for her depth and openness and length of heifer, and it's the overall depth and chest and openness that gives her the advantage over the silky heifer we have in fourth. You have to admire her again for her bone quality. She's a lovely lengthy heifer, a heifer with tremendous width of rump and length of rump. Great class. Well done to the exhibitors.
Placing third in the junior yearling class in the Open Irisher show was entry number 84, exhibited by Mike and Julie Hemp, Beaverville, Illinois. Fourth in the class is entry number 80 and is exhibited by Mark and Becky Brown and Cheyenne Huey of Stitzer, Wisconsin. Fifth in the class was entry number 85 and was exhibited by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. Placing sixth, entry number 91, exhibited by Brianna Brors of Walnut, Illinois. Seventh, entry number 90, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Eighth in the class, entry number 92, exhibited by Zach Kingry, Glasgow, Kentucky. Ninth, entry number 147, shown by Still Dreamin' Dairy, Conway, Missouri. Congratulations. First place in the winter yearling heifer class in the open brown Swiss show is entry number 96, Volker CP Emmy, exhibited by Volker Swiss Farm, Perryville, Missouri. Second in the class, entry number 87, Cruises Medallion Sandy, exhibited by Fairdale Farm LLC, Owenton, Kentucky. Congratulations.
Really nice group of yearlings here. I think the first three are fairly close, but it's the overall cleanliness and angularity and openness that puts this heifer on top. She's that much longer in the neck. I think she's sharper at the point of withers. She certainly touched more openness and sweep to the rib than the heifer in second. Heifer in second over third. I made the switch late there. I think I prefer the foot and leg. They're very similar as far as framework, width, and strength, but the second heifer has more flex to the hock when you view her from the side, just a little more set to the leg and more comfortable. For me, the second heifer has that same framework, but gets just too straight, maybe a little more postiness and not the flex to the hock. But three really good heifers up there, and all three of them just overpower a beautiful heifer in fourth. Love the cleanliness, the straightness, and overall correctness of this black heifer in fourth, and that's what puts her in fourth over fifth. Particularly correctness of rump. She's laying in much nicer in the tail, and the correctness through the hips and pins over the big heifer that follows. Lots of arch and spring and substance to the big heifer, but just not quite holding the loin and the rump like I'd like to see it. Next heifer is just a little thick for me today. She's straight, but she's just carrying too much excess flesh to move her on up the line. Kind of lose the correctness of rump and correctness of frame as we get on down the line.
Third in the winter yearling heifer class in the open brown Swiss show is entry number 86, exhibited by Rachel Heffel, Epworth, Iowa. Fourth, entry number 88, shown by LaFoster Farm, Cleveland, North Carolina. Fifth in the class, entry number 91, exhibited by Mackenzie Pettigo, Smiths Grove, Kentucky. Placing sixth was entry number 93 and was shown by Rylan Neerman of Brownstown, Indiana. Seventh in the class is entry number 92, exhibited by Delbert Teeters and family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Eighth, entry number 57, exhibited by Major Dairy, Lebanon, Tennessee. Placing ninth, entry number 94, shown by Mark Hornbostel of Mount Carmel, Illinois. Congratulations. Placing first in the intermediate yearling class in the Ayrshire Show is entry number 94, Lee's Dixieland Pride's Janie, exhibited by Coleman Stacy, Smyrna, Tennessee. And second, entry number 98, Old and Lazy Rondo Misery E.T., exhibited by Old Bankston Ayrshire's, Epworth, Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had some varying sizes and shapes in this class, and some that are springing as well. But we have to give the advantage to the heifer at the top of the line, I believe. She has the least faults in the class when she's on the move. She just tracks off so much more freely on the rear legs than the other heifers in the class. And I think it's a close decision between first and second, but I have to give the advantage to the heifer in first. I think she has a little more length of neck, extension of neck, and she does show more refinement down through that neck and thigh region as well. Over the super capacitated heifer, as you see her walking towards you, she has got tremendous spring of rib and depth of rib that we have in second. And it's the overall chest width that gives her the advantage and walking ability on those rear legs set to this big open frame long heifer we have here in third. She has the advantage over the heifer in fourth. I think she has a little more depth and openness, especially down through the barrel, than this silky heifer we have here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, again, it's a close decision, and I switched these two as they came up to get lined up. I think the heifer in fourth just has a little more balance, a little more style, just blends a little more smoother through body parts as well. And again, she's a little more deeper through the flank than the heifer we have in fifth. Fifth over sixth, she just shows more refinement throughout, especially down through the thigh. As she walks out, you can just notice that she's more pencil through her thigh than the heifer we have in sixth. Heifer in sixth, though, big, tall, upstanding heifer and a tremendous barrel and depth on her. Thank you.
Placing third in the intermediate yearling heifer class in the Ayrshire Show is entry number 97, exhibited by Lane Murphy, Shear Farm, Versailles, Kentucky. Fourth, entry number 95, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Placing fifth was entry number 96, exhibited by Brian Emery of Sullivan, Wisconsin. Sixth in the class, entry number 103, exhibited by Rex and Cameron Eiler of Larwell, Indiana. Placing seventh, entry number 102, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Eighth, entry number 99, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Placing ninth, entry 152, exhibited by Hall's Ayrshire's, Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations. We need Ayrshire first and seconds in the makeup ring, and we also need the junior best 3 animals in the makeup ring for Ayrshire's. First place in the Paul Yearling Heifer class in the Open Brown Swiss Show is entry number 8, Highlight Tan Bark Perfection, exhibited by Lori Beggs of Ogdensburg, New York. Second in the class, entry number 98, Woodrow Liberty Bell, exhibited by Utter Confusion Dairy Farm, Durand, Illinois.
Two heifers come to the top of this yearling class quite easily for me, and I think they kind of sort themselves a little bit. The black heifer is just that much nicer in framework. She holds herself stronger in the chine, the middle of the back as she moves around the ring. And certainly a nice, well-balanced, clean cutness all the way through. I think she's more correct on her legs. She's tracked straighter on her front legs than the heifer in second. And I think she's just a little cleaner bone down through the rear leg than the heifer in second. Heifer in second follows with her framework. She's tall, she's long, she's got a lot of width all the way through. She's not so much more height than length than the different type of animal that we have in third. But it is that upstandingness and width, and particularly through the hips and the pins, that gets her into second over third. Third is a lovely little well-balanced cow, getting close to calving. But she's straight, she's deep and balanced with a good leg, just not quite enough height and length of body to get around the other two. But she's got that much more capacity, and she's a touch cleaner and more angular in the long, lean neck, the sweep to the rib than the dark hot heifer that follows. It's the correctness of framework, the straightness of top line, particularly in the loin, and the way the tail sets between the pin bones that puts the next heifer in line over the two that follow at the end of the line.
Placing third in the Paul Yearling Heifer class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 97, exhibited by Shelby Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 100, exhibited by Dana Kepner, Walnut, Illinois. Fifth in the class was entry number 101 and was exhibited by Holly Weekly of Rockford, Illinois. That's Holly Wakely of Rockford, Illinois. Congratulations. And sixth place in the Paul Yearling Heifer class in the Brown Swiss Show was entry number 99, exhibited by Clancy Cron of Albany, Oregon. First place in the senior yearling knotted milk class in the Open Irisher Show is entry number 105. That's Condor Burdette Andy, exhibited by Brad, Lacey, Jackson, and Logan Condor of Brazil, Indiana. And second in the class, entry 108, Old Bankston J.C. Cal Brienne, exhibited by Brian Broers of Walnut, Illinois.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, just a nice class to get your teeth into, this one here. Not great in numbers, but a really good quality heifer at the top of the line, and I think she just gets there quite comprehensively. She wins the class for me because she's just got so much style, so much balance. As you see, as she walks out, she's got a tremendous top on her, and just the overall wedge and balance and style, as I said, and tremendous feet and legs and depth of heel. This is quite an easy winner today, probably the easiest winner of the class. Second over third, a close decision, and as I said to the two young ladies as they were leading off, it's not a done deal yet. I'm still looking at these two on the walk, and that's what may change my mind. I think the second heifer just is far superior on the rear leg set when she walks. I think she is just more cut quality through the bone and the hock as well, so that gives her the advantage. Third over fourth, again, we just have more scope, more depth, more openness. Close decision between fourth and fifth, but the blending through the shoulder, the crops, the withers and the chine on the fourth gives her the advantage over the heifer in fifth. And it's just straight out dairiness and dairy quality that gives the advantage over fifth over sixth. But sixth, you know, she's in calf, and we do need condition, and she's got tremendous depth of barrel. Thank you.
Placing third in the senior yearling not in milk class in the Ayrshire show is entry number 110, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Placing fourth, entry number 109, exhibited by Zach Kingry, Glasgow, Kentucky. Fifth in the class, entry number 104, shown by Ehlers Alree Farm, Nashville, Illinois. Sixth in the class, entry number 106, exhibited by Danny Daly, Winchester, Kentucky. Congratulations.
Let's have a round of applause for the Brown Swiss exhibitors. They've had some really quality heifers out here. Just a really nice lineup as we look down through here. I love dairy, angular, open individuals with correct legs, and certainly appreciate the dairy strength. The breed needs that strength and capacity, and I think they lost it for a while. I think it's starting to come back and show up in these younger heifers. For me, these three are the ones that I prefer. I think they give me that package, particularly correctness all the way through. Brought out the fall yearling heifer that's got tremendous width and strength and blends so nice, neck into shoulder, shoulder in the deep rib structure that she's got. Just a heifer that just kind of puts a package together. The winter yearling next in line. She's a clean-cut, well-balanced, a beautiful frame, straight and correctness of rump in particular, particularly the way the tail sets between the pin bones and the levelness from hips to pins. Kind of gets her eye as far as her style and her balance as she moves around the ring. Fall calf here to me is a tremendously grown heifer that's clean-cut and angular. I love the long neck, the open sweep to the rib. Certainly a beautiful dairy balance heifer that needs to be in the consideration. I think it's a nice group here. I'm not going to waste much time, but this young lady is going to exhibit the junior champion. I think she's just that much cleaner than the others. And for me, this fall yearling, I love the balance. She's going to be our reserve. An honorable mention on this lovely, correct frame heifer to follow in line. But I think the fall calf here just has the extra bonus for me in her harmonious blending of parts, her long, clean, angular front end, and keeps the cleanliness all the way through. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the junior champion of the 2016 Open Brown Swiss Show, entry number 8, Highlight Tan Bark Perfection, exhibited by Lori Beggs, Ogdensburg, New York. And congratulations to the reserve, correction, that's entry number 52 is your junior champion, and congratulations to Narberg Richard Jaguar, exhibited by Madison Klingon of Angola, Indiana. And congratulations to the reserve, entry number 8, Highlight Tan Bark Perfection, exhibited by Lori Beggs, Ogdensburg, New York. We need Irisher junior best 3 females in the makeup ring. Irisher junior best 3 females in the makeup ring. We need senior yearling and milk for the Irishers in the makeup ring as well. Senior yearling and milk, Irisher to the makeup ring. Irisher, your cow classes are small, so please be alert and have those animals over here ready to show. We need brown Swiss, yearling, and milk in the makeup ring, please. Brown Swiss, yearlings, and milk.
Nice group of swift best 3 animals here. Our first group certainly handles the class quite easily. We got 3 class winners with a clean balance, style, and angularity all the way through. I think they're just a little more uniform and overall length of body and correctness of rump and width through the front end all the way back. Group in second has the advantage in maturity over the group in third. It's a little taller in the front end, a little more substance at the heart than the younger group we have in third. Like the dairy quality and the depth of rib, just not quite enough strength and power in the third group. Fourth group, certainly well-balanced, deep-bodied, not quite the correctness of frame as those above.
Placings in the junior best, 3 females in the Brown Swiss show. First is the entry of Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. Second, Ryland and Shelby Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Third, Jacob Rodel of Edgewood, Indiana. And fourth is the Delbert Teeterson family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Brown Swiss entry 106, Brown Swiss entry 106. To the makeup ring, please.
Folks, from the Escher Ring, this is what it's all about. Crowning of the 2016 Junior Champion for the Southern National. And there's not many people in the stand, but I think you should put your hands together for a wonderful junior show we've had. As I said before, it's a privilege and a pleasure for me to come all the way from New Zealand. And I got jet lag and 38 hours in transit. But that's all gone, because when you get here and you see the quality, that jet lag goes and the adrenaline pumps, and this is what it's all about. That's why I love judging cows and calves, yearlings, giraffes, camels, donkeys. I don't care what I judge. Woman, I love beauty on 4 legs, 2 legs. I don't like the 3-legged woman that much, but anyway. But folks, being serious now, this has been one hell of a show. I feel very pleased, privileged and honoured when I looked here for my first and seconds that have come out. You only have to look at the cut, the quality that I've got here to work with. I don't know whether I've done a great job or what, but they all look the same. They all look like a hand that fits in the glove. They're made the same way. And there's not one animal here or the ones that I've pushed forward that doesn't belong in this championship. It's been a great show so far, and I'm sure the cows are going to be just as special as this. I brought more than I should out here for my championship, but I wanted to recognise this group of 5 here, because I think anyway they could go a different way. It's a little bit like the election here today, whether it's one or the t'other. And to be quite honest, in New Zealand, we don't really care. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out and tap my winner. It would be quite good if they were all ladies, because then I could get to kiss them. I did that in Ireland when I judged the Holsteins at the Royal Winter Fair. And I thought I'll do something different, because there'd been a few girls leading. And there was a all of a sudden they changed the leaders, and the cow that I wanted to give the champion Holstein today, there was this big bearded guy leading it, so I went off that. I decided to shake his hand. Good calf. Well done. Well done. I had to honour you guys for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, that's a bit loud. As you see this heifer walking out here, she is so well cut, she is so well made. She doesn't need a top line, and I don't even think she's got one. She's so good. She has so much refinement, so much style, so much balance, so much openness, so much depth. And I just love the rump structure. Everything about this heifer is poetry in motion. You put an imaginary memory on her and you've got something special. You do not want to change this heifer in any way to me whatsoever. And then I had to follow with this super calf here. First class of the day, and wow, she comes out and hits me. She's a calf of so much quality. And I tell you folks, I don't put a young one up in this unless she's good enough to do it. And this calf to me is good enough to do it. She just fits with the champion heifer so well because she has the same thing. Quality of bone, she has depth, openness, and spring of rib. Again, an outstanding individual. And my honourable mention heifer, big, powerful, long heifer, just doesn't quite handle her rear legs as well as the other two, doesn't quite have the refinement of the bone that the other two heifers have. But what she does possess a lot of capacity for the scale of the animal. She has a tremendous top line on her as well. And I want to talk about these white heifers going out of here now. They are, again, tremendous bone quality animals. Yes, they didn't get first, second or honourable mention, but what they do have, I think they possess a lot of quality for the Esher breed, and we should be commending them and the rest of them as they walk out the ring. So give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Great show. Thank you.
Congratulations to the junior champion of the 2016 Southern National Ayrshire Show, entry number 82, Duncan Double Whammy Margarita, exhibited by Duncan Farms, Warsaw, Ohio. And congratulations to the reserve junior champion, entry number 15, Hovercrest Scarlet ET, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. First and first udder in the yearling and milk in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 116, Cutting Edge Tully ET, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. And second udder is entry number 102, Freerand Braden Joey ET, exhibited by Keith and Betty Freerand of Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Two nice cows here at the top that certainly sort themselves up there. The first cow to me, I think she's just more of the dairy style. She's a touch longer, she's a touch taller, longer in that rib cage in particular. I made her best udder because she's got more width at the top of the attachment, carries that width down through the turn on the floor of the udder. Just a touch more width than that mammary all the way through. But it's her upstandingness, length of body, and overall angularity that kind of gets her around this more compact, nice cow in second. This is a young cow that's certainly going to have a future, I think. You love the snugness of the attachments, the youthfulness of the udder, just not quite the width all the way through. I think she's one of those Brown Swiss that's going to have to grow up as a 2-year-old and become a cow when she's 3. But you love the package, just not quite enough of it to get on top. Cow in third, certainly taller, longer, just a little more height and width to the rear udder to get the third spot. Cow in fourth, a little more of the older style, a little shorter, a little more round, not quite the udder capacity and bloom and width through the rear.
Placing third in the yearling and milk class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 106, exhibited by Kyle Lay, Mulberry, Florida. Fourth, entry number 110, exhibited by Junior Kronk, Elkhart, Indiana. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we only have one in the junior group of 3, but we have a really nice uniform group. I just love the style and balance, and this calf today placed really quite highly in her class. I think she might have been 3rd or 4th, and a heifer here that was 3rd in her class. And I can't remember, I think about mid-pack here. But yeah, nice to see a breeders group with uniform, and there's not one that you'd want to discard and make another one in here. So well done to the exhibitors. Congratulations.
Winning the junior best 3 females in the Irisher show is Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Congratulations. Attention exhibitors, all animals in production classes are subject to ultrasound testing and milk sample testing. The testing is pursuant to Kentucky Law KRS 246 that deals with unethical practices used in regard to livestock and the criminal penalties involved. In order to maintain the integrity of honest exhibition and presentation of dairy animals, the North American International Livestock Exposition will continue the testing program at this year's show. In all cow classes, the first and second place cows will be required to be tested. Additional animals may be randomly selected within class for testing. Our show officials will present testing cards during the lineup to the entries to be tested. Please take your cow and card to the examination area on the ramp at the back of the makeup area following your class. If she will be shown in a championship or a group class, you may wait until after that class has been completed. However, you need to tell the ultrasound clerk that you will be coming back after those classes or after picture taking. I remind you, do not break the milk seal until a sampling crew tells you to do so. All cows selected are to be examined before leaving the show ring and before they are milked out. Failure to follow these requirements will cause disqualification for all of the exhibitors' entries. Each breed association has a representative that will assist with escorting the cow and the leader to the examination area. In addition, each association has a designated person serving on the North American International Livestock Exposition Ethics Committee. We need Ayrshire entry 123, Ayrshire entry 123 to the makeup ring, please. Placing first in the senior yearling and milk class and second udder is entry number 117, Old and Lazy Next Time Warn Me, exhibited by Kenzie Emery of Sullivan, Wisconsin. Second and first udder is entry number 120, Onward Perfect Amethyst, exhibited by Still Dreaming Farm or Still Dreaming Dairy, Conway, Missouri.
Well, folks, welcome back to the Ayrshire Ring. We start with our milking classes, and I lead off here for Hef at the top of the line. I think she's the most correct on body functional parts. I think she blends more smoother through the shoulder. She has more depth and openness and chest width. And the relative to the size of the animal compared to the heifer in second, she just tracks it a little more evenly on her rear legs than the heifer in second. But I love the heifer in second for her memory system. It's full, it's got a bit of punch and bloom to it. She's got tremendous height and width of rear udder, and that gives her the advantage of winning the best udder of class over the cow we had in first. Second over third, just true refinement throughout, just over silkiness, especially down to the thigh. She has more width of rear udder, more height of rear udder than the heifer we have in third. Heifer in third uses her advantage over the heifer in fourth, just through the shoulder. I think it blends more smoothly, it's just more correctly set on the cow, and she has more depth and openness of flank than the heifer we have in fourth. Heifer in fourth, though, again, a heifer that does track on very good feet and legs. Thank you.
Third in the summer yearling and milk class in the Ayrshire show is entry number 14, exhibited by Brad, Lacey, Jackson, and Logan Condor of Brazil, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 115, exhibited by Paul Zeimer of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Ayrshire entry 123, Ayrshire entry 123, last call. Your class is going in the ring. First place and first udder in the junior 2-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss Show is entered number 120, Volker's Candace Cameron, exhibited by Volker Swiss Farm, Perryville, Missouri. And second udder is entry number 108, Jaden Total Chaos, exhibited by Hayden Hausschilt of Ellsworth, Wisconsin.
We got some nice, good uddered cows up here at the top. I'm starting with a cow that has a little more overall balance. I prefer her framework. She's straighter down the top line, certainly nicer back over the hook bones and the loin regions, and it levels out the hips and pins much nicer in that framework. I give her best udder. I prefer the way her udder has a more defined crease on the floor of the udder, and that definition comes all the way up the rear of the udder into the rear attachment. She's not the biggest cow in the class, but I love her balance and overall correctness, and the best udder in the class. I love that quality. Cow in second, you appreciate her clean cutness all the way through. She's got lots of arch and spring to rib and has that advantage over the cow in third. Her udder is just snugger in the fore attachment than 3, and the way it ties into the body wall. The heifer, the white cow in third over fourth, I switched them. For me, it's a big thing on front teats. The white cow has a more correct teat size and shape in particular. I think she's got just a touch more quality all the way through and holds her top line stronger, particularly in the middle of the back over the big cow in fourth. 4 over 5, just more strength and substance up front. She drops that heart and chest deeper and wider in that 4 rib as it goes back into the body over the next cow in line. Lots of quality in the next cow. She's clean and angular. I think she's just a little shallow up front. Needs heart and strength in particular. As we come on down, not quite the framework, not quite the correctness of mammary to move up.
Placing third in the junior 2-year-old cow class in the Open Brown Swiss Show is entry number 114, exhibited by Locken Farm, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth in the class, entry number 109, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. Fifth place, entry 122, exhibited by Fairdale Farm, LLC, Owenton, Kentucky. Placing sixth, entry number 115, exhibited by Lynn Tremolian, Springfield, Kentucky. Seventh in the class, entry number 119, exhibited by Major Dairy, Lebanon, Tennessee. Placing eighth, entry number 111, exhibited by Utter Confusion Dairy and Double W Dairy of Durand, Illinois. Ninth in the class was entry number 107, exhibited by Delbert Teeterson family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Congratulations. Dairy exhibitors, the Supreme Parade will be 30 minutes upon completion of the breed show. We'll begin with the herdsman, then the premier breeder and exhibitor, and then the Supreme Parade. Supreme champion will be selected 30 minutes upon completion of the breed shows. We'd like to recognize some class sponsors in our Ayrshire show. Sponsoring the junior calf class was Legacy Lane Farm. Intermediate calf class was sponsored by Mill Valley Farm. The senior calf, Vallow Hill Farm. Senior yearling, Glenmardale. Intermediate yearling, Briarwood Ireshires. Senior yearling, Halls Ireshires. The senior yearling in milk, Double A Farm. The junior 2-year-old, Nauta Farm. We need senior 2-year-old entry 150, senior 2-year-old Ayrshire entry 150. Senior 2-year-old Ayrshire 150, the makeup ring, please. First place in the Southern National Open Ayrshire Show and first udder is entry number 130, Mill Valley Gunner Daisy, exhibited by Mill Valley Farm, Sydney, Ohio. And second, entry 129, and that's second udder, Jackson Hill Showstar NILE, exhibited by Michael and Mackenzie Alexander, Bloomington, Indiana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a really nice class here to get my teeth into, and there's variants of lactations and variants of size, etc. And we're starting with obviously not the biggest cow in the class, but to me she's the most complete cow. She just blends so well from head to toe, I think, and she just has that tremendous openness of rib and sweep and angularity of rib. She's very good on top as well. But when you get behind her or a side view, you see a tremendous mammary. A mammary that's welded on, a mammary that's got so much texture, so much veination, and then when she walks away from you, you see tremendous height and width of rear udder. To me, quite a comprehensively winner of the class. Second and third, I really admire the heifer in second for her quality of bone, and I think it's just the punch of the rear udder, the width and the height and the bloom of the mammary that gives her the advantage over this silky cut cow here we have in third. I love the cow in third for her quality of bone. Just hasn't quite got the fullness of mammary today, the rear udder height and width to place any higher. But what she does possess is she just blends more smoother through her shoulder. She just walks a little more freely than the cow we have in fourth. The cow in fourth, you have to admire her. She's got tremendous bloom to her mammary, but just doesn't quite have the seam today that definition of seam that we'd like to see. But what she does possess, she uses her advantage over the heifer in fifth, just through the cleanness throughout, cleanness through the head, the neck and the shoulder region. Fifth over sixth, again it's just the way the mammary's hooked on to the body wall, both fore and rear. As I said to this young lady leading the sixth animal out, if I was judging solely on frame, this cow would win. She's got a tremendous frame, tremendous width and openness of rump. Great class, thank you.
Placing third in the junior 2-year-old cow class in the Ayrshire Show is entry number 126, exhibited by Cody Eller, Roaring Spring, Pennsylvania. Fourth is entry number 135, exhibited by Matthew Lawson, Sydney, Ohio. Fifth in the class is entry number 136, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Sixth in the class, entry number 132, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Placing seventh, entry 127, exhibited by Hall Ayshires of Cushing, Oklahoma. Eighth in the class was entry number 133 and was exhibited by Daniel Hoppall of Columbia Crossroads, Pennsylvania. Ninth is entry number 138, exhibited by Robert Hazeltine of Janesville, Wisconsin. 10th in the class, entry 131, exhibited by Courtney Kempkis of Walton, Nebraska. Congratulations. Arsher entry 150, Arsher entry 150. Your senior 2-year-old class is in the ring. Last call. Brown Swiss entry 151 to the makeup ring, please. Brown Swiss entry 151 to the makeup ring. Placings in the senior 2-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss show, first and first udder is entry number 121, Cutting Edge Thunder Fay, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copac, New York. And second place is entry number 125, Nookwood Brayton Fancy, exhibited by Jordan Thorman of Macomb, Illinois.
I have to say this is the most difficult class I've had today. There's just so many different types of cows, and trying to get something to flow and put together and make sense to me, it challenged me a little bit more. I like them this way. I think we have a slam dunk on the cow in first. I told him she was the easiest placing in the class. She's so clean, so angular, easily best udder with that beautiful veining and snug attachments. She gets up there with flex to the hock in particular over the cow in second, and the more quality udder that's got all the veins on it. The cow in second over third, they're different type cows. I'm going with the framework of the second cow. She's taller at the front end. She holds her top line stronger when she gets in line. Has, for me, a snugger udder that's a little higher above the hock for a young cow. I do prefer the 4 udder attachment and the quality of udder, making second best udder on my third cow. 3 over 4 on that cleanliness and angularity. She's cleaner at the shoulder, cleaner over the ribs, hips and pins, and more curving in the thigh. Has a touch more quality and bloom to the udder over the big cow that follows in 4th. 4th over 5th, she just has more correctness of mammary system, higher in that rear attachment, certainly snugger in the 4 attachment, and more overall length of body. As we come on down, we kind of lose some teat placement in particular in some of those cows in the middle, not quite the depth of body and angularity at the end of the line.
Placing third in the senior 2-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss show and second udder is entry number 129, exhibited by Travis Richardson, Cornersville, Tennessee. Fourth in the class was entry number 133, exhibited by Major Dairy, Lebanon, Tennessee. Fifth in the class was number 126, exhibited by Ryland Neerman of Brownstown, Indiana. Placing sixth, entry 127, exhibited by Carrie Rhodes of Greenville, Ohio. Seventh in the class was 123 and was exhibited by Stephen Flutie, Bloomington, Indiana. Placing eighth, entry number 130, exhibited by Utter Confusion Dairy and Double W Dairy of Durand, Illinois. Placing ninth in the class was entry number 128 and was exhibited by Dana Kepner of Walnut, Illinois. 10th in the class, entry number 139, exhibited by McKenna Sabin of Walnut, Illinois. Congratulations. First place and first udder in the senior 2-year-old cow class in the Irisher show is entry number 139, Nauta Gibbs Pocahontas, exhibited by Nauta Farm, Rockvale, Tennessee. Second and second udder, entry number 142, Reinholds Burdette Anika E.T., exhibited by Dalton Dillon, Breanne Freeman, and Dennis Reinhold of Bremen, Indiana.
Folks, interesting class here because we've got heifers at different stages of lactation. And the first two heifers at the top of the line, one has been milking 6 or 7 months and the other one has been milking 9 months. So I do give them a little bit of advantage, look through. They are carrying a little bit of condition there, which I don't normally like to see on animals. But when you look at these two heifers, and fundamentally they are the most correct two heifers in the class. And what I mean by that, their walking ability, folks. They walk on very good sets of feet and legs. They blend very well through body parts, and ease of locomotion, as I said, is superior to the others in the class. But the heifer at the top of the line, she takes best udder today. Just look at the tremendous mammary on her, both height and width of rear udder, tremendous seam running through that udder, and it's the texture of udder and overall the balance and style of the udder just gives her the advantage to take out the #1 spot today. It's a close decision here between first and second, but as I said, it's the memory that gives you the advantage, especially through the height and the width of the rear udder. Second over third, I think she's just more fuller, more heifer there. She tracks far more natural on the rear legs as well than the heifer we have in third. The heifer in third, I just love the cut of the heifer, the quality of bone. She's very good memory as well, and it's a central ligament that gives her the advantage over the heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth over the heifer in fifth. She's a little more natural through those front teats and the way the front teats are well placed on the cow, and the heifer in fifth. Fifth over six, just overall snugness of memory, both forward and rear udder. Thank you.
Placing third in the senior 2-year-old cow class in the Irisher show is entry number 151, exhibited by Bridie Nolan of Eagle Bridge, New York. Fourth in the class, number 145, exhibited by JCC Irishers, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Placing fifth was entry number 143 and was shown by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. Sixth in the class, entry number 146, exhibited by Bobby and Renee Bruffy of Evanston, Missouri. Seventh, entry number 141, exhibited by Ehlers All Reef Farm, Nashville, Illinois. Eighth in the class, entry number 140, exhibited by Ehlers All Reef Farm, Nashville, Illinois. Congratulations. The senior 2-year-old class in the Irisher show was sponsored by Dixontown Farm. We need Irisher senior 3-year-old 165 to the makeup ring, please. Irisher entry 165 to the makeup ring.
You got
Placing first in the junior 3-year-old cow class in the Irisher show is entry number 160, and that's also best udder. Top Glen Wishful Thinking ET, exhibited by Top Glen Farm, New Bremen, Ohio. And second udder is entry number 164, Ridgeview Chase Rainey, exhibited by Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri.
Ladies and gentlemen, only 3 in this class, but we start the class with a really smart heifer here. I think she's just blends so well on her body parts. She has ease of locomotion as well, but I really admire about this heifer that really puts her at the top of the line is that mammary. It's so well hooked on in the fore and tremendous height and width in the rear. And she's got lovely teat placement, tremendous texture through that mammary as well when she's holding a seam nicely. She scores out of the heifer in second and also for just quality of bone, especially down through the hock region. The heifer in second over the heifer in third, just tremendously long heifer, scope and scale, tremendous depth of rib, and it's that fore rib, the chest width that she has over the advantage. She also tracks a little more freely on her rear legs than the heifer we have in third. Heifer in third though, you have to admire her. She's got a lot of length about the heifer and a lovely texture to her memory. Thank you.
Placing third in the junior 3-year-old class in the Irisher show is entry number 154, exhibited by James Klein and family of Milton, Indiana. Congratulations. The junior 3-year-old class in the Irisher show was sponsored by Emerald Farms. First place and first udder in the junior 3-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 147, Cutting Edge B Stella, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. And second udder is entry number 183, Walnut Crest Furies Fiesta, exhibited by Knapp Guernseys, Epworth, Iowa.
What a nice group of cows from end to end. Even the cow on the far end, there's a lot of things you appreciate. Up here on the top end, I prefer this first cow. I made her best udder. I think she's got a touch more quality and veining to that mammary. I think she's more defined in her cleft, particularly in the floor and how it comes up the rear into the attachment, making her best udder. For me, I think she drops more ribs. She's got a touch more heart and chest, drops that rear rib and flank a little bit deeper, and allows that fore udder to tie in a little bit smoother than the cow in second. Cow in second is second best udder. It's that height and width and smoothness in that rear attachment. You love the bloom as it comes all the way up. Very high above the hock, very snug in the attachments, a little more balance and symmetry over the cow in third. But she's a nice framework cow along with that. She's harder in the top line, particularly in the loin, and lays neater between the tail between the pin bones. The next cow, kind of a same cut of cow. She's very dairy, very angular, not quite as snug in the attachment, not quite the balance and symmetry in the rear quarters, but she's clean and angular, stands that much taller, that much longer than the cow that follows next in line. Smaller framework cow next in line. I think she's just more angular, more open sweep to the rib than the next cow that I actually moved up in line. But they give good cows down the line. They just don't quite put the blending of rib structure and udder attachments together to move on up.
Placing third in the junior 3-year-old cow class in the Open Brown Swiss show is entry number 146, exhibited by Hayden Halschild of Ellsworth, Wisconsin. Fourth is entry number 157, exhibited by Stanmardale Express of Urbana, Ohio. Fifth in the class, entry 153, exhibited by Utter Confusion Dairy of Durand, Illinois. Placing sixth, number 149, exhibited by Locken Farm of Marysville, Ohio. Placing seventh is entry 141, is exhibited by Volker Swiss Farm of Perryville, Missouri. Eighth in the class, number 156, exhibited by Chihuahua Tristan of Durand, Illinois. Congratulations. Our share exhibitors, we need your first and second place animals in the makeup ring to show for intermediate champion, please. First in the senior 3-year-old cow class in the Open Irisher Show and first udder is entry number 168, Maury's Popo Mistletoe, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And second udder is entry number 172, Miss Brisky of Iowa side, exhibited by Dana Sickles, Marengo, Iowa.
Well, folks, what a class. This is what you want to judge these young cows, and I think they've all got great futures, not only one, but right down the line. But I was really pleased to see these first two cows coming here, because to me they're great cuts of cow. I'll state the obvious. I could fit the second place cow, the first place cow inside the second place cow, and have room for another cow, because the second place cow's got tremendous frame. But ladies and gentlemen, you have a look at this cow at the top of the line. As she glides past me on tremendous feet and legs, she has got quality written all over her. From the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, she's got refinement of bone, but she has got tremendous power and strength. There's not too much I'd like to change on her, apart from she should reside in New Zealand with me. I give her the advantage today through the memory, through the quality of bones throughout. This big cow here in second, you've got to admire her for her frame, folks, and her tremendous rear udder. Unfortunately, she's been only milking 40 days and just not quite as even in the front two quarters. But what she does possess is chest width, openness of rib and depth of rib that gives her the advantage over this cow here we have in third. Also, she has more width and height of rear udder. I love this cow in third. She's cut with the mould that I like to see, and it's that quality of bone, especially from the front legs and the back legs, just showing more refinement of bone over this beautifully silky memory cow here we have in fifth. Fifth over sixth just blends a little more smoother. She's a little more easier through the shoulder region than the cow we have in sixth. Folks, I want to talk about this cow in sixth. Tremendous memory on her, been milking 14 months, and to still have the bloom on that, I think it's a credit to her. I'd like to get him back in calf a bit quicker, but yeah, she's a great cow. Great class. Thank you.
Placing third in the senior 3-year-old cow class in the Irisher Show is entry number 166, exhibited by JCC Irishers, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Fourth in the class, entry number 171, exhibited by Caruso Martin Place Farm of Gorham, Maine. Placing fifth is entry number 169, exhibited by Old Bankston Irishers, Brad Coates and Adam Ludwig of Epworth, Iowa. Sixth in the class is entry number 179, exhibited by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. Placing seventh, entry number 167, exhibited by Ashley Owen, Huntington, Massachusetts. Eighth in the class is entry 177 and is exhibited by Danny Daly, Winchester, Kentucky. Placing ninth, number 170, shown by Robert Hazeltine of Janesville, Wisconsin. 10th in the class is entry number 174 and is shown by James Klein and family of Milton, Indiana. Congratulations. The senior 3-year-old class was sponsored by Kentucky Irisher Breeders Association. First and first udder in the senior 3-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 160, Cutting Edge T. Delilah, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copeg, New York. Second and second udder, entry number 161, shown by Topview Farms, Botkins, Ohio.
Logical winner in this class, a cow that's got so much power, strength, balance, and beautiful udder. I told him it was a cat fight for second. First was pretty well determined when this cow walked in. She has that much more strength and power through the front end, arch and springer rib over the cow in second. It's the second best udder that puts this cow second over third. She's higher above the hock. She's got a touch more width and bloom at the top of that attachment. Carries herself just more youthful in that memory system. I want a little more heart and strength in the cow in second, but it's a beautiful udder. It has to stay up there. Cow in third, a beautiful framework. She's just a little nicer down the top line. I think she just blends nicer, neck into shoulder, shoulder, more harmonious blending as she goes back. I'd like to see her udder just a little higher above the hock, and but she just has more framework. 4/5, just more framework again. She's taller, but she has so much more width at the chest, width through the hips, pins, and carries that width through the rear attachment as you get behind her. The next cow, a little smaller, snug in the attachment, a lot of quality, but lacking the width of the attachment. But the udders kind of change as we come down the line. We get a little longer in the teat, not quite the bloom at the top of the udder to move on up.
Placing third in the senior 3-year-old class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 164, exhibited by Ryland Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Fourth, entry number 167, shown by Stan Hayes, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Fifth in the class, entry number 163, exhibited by Shelby Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Placing sixth was entry number 159, shown by Delbert Teeters and family of Trafalgar, Indiana. Seventh in the class, entry number 165, exhibited by Morgan Stone, New Palestine, Indiana. Eighth in the class, entry number 168, exhibited by Kaylee Hewells of Carlisle, Illinois. Congratulations. We need 4-year-old Ayrshire 187. 187, 4-year-old Ayrshire to the makeup ring, please.
Well, welcome back to the Esher Ring, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those of you around the ring watching. We're on to our intermediate in-milk championship here, and we've had our first and seconds out. It's been an interesting show because we've had a lot of cows at various stages of lactation. Some cows just fresh, some cows that have been calved 14 odd months. So yeah, it's been interesting to work through them, and I've had some great animals to work with today. But I've got 3 that I've singled out here for champion reserve and honourable mention. I definitely ain't gonna kiss them because they're not very good looking, these guys, but I'll go out and shake their hands, and then I'm gonna tell you why I place them that way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winning 3-year-old, and I'll just ask her to lead off to be Sash there. She just met, I don't care what colour, and I judge all breeds, and I don't care what colour this animal is, whether she's pink with purple polka dots all over her. Just admire the quality of this animal here. As I said before, the tip of a nose to the tip of the tail, you see quality, dairiness. She's so wet and milky looking. I think my suit's got milk stains all over it when I go near her. But I just love the cut of her. I love the memory, because that memory is never going to leave this young cow with all things being equal. I love the rump structure on her, feet and legs, and the overall style and balance. Now, they don't have to be 10 foot tall to be good. Look, I'm only a shorty, and I'm not too bad, so my wife tells me. So to me, look, folks, she has got symmetry, power, capacity, and everything I want to see in a young cow. As I said before, there's one thing wrong. She doesn't live in New Zealand with me, and I don't think she'll fit in our suitcase. But I love this young cow here, the white cow we have in reserve. And I would do her an injustice if I did not put her in there, because she's cut with the same mould as my champion cow. Yes, I would like to change her rear leg set slightly, and I'd like to refine her hocks down. But folks, she has a memory system that's so welded on. It's blended on so well. It's a tremendous height and width. She has tremendous texture of memory, and just the overall balance and style of this cow. She does have to go reserve. She's more level, more correct in her four-udder blending today over this great big cow here that we have honourable mention. Folks, she's only calved 40 days. I'd like to see her in another 40 days, because to me she'd just trim off and just be a little more refined throughout. But look at the rear udder on her, tremendous height and width of rear udder. But today, folks, I can't go past these two outstanding young cows. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from the Ayrshire Ring. It's been an absolute privilege to come from New Zealand to judge what a wonderful intermediate show. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Taking over. Yeah.
Pleasure to be judging with you. For our intermediate champion in the Brown Swiss, I think these three cows come out class winners in the last three classes. Just a powerful senior 3-year-old here, just so much substance and a beautiful udder that's snugly attached. The next cow in line, certainly dairy quality, clean, maybe not quite the 4-udder of the other two cows, but she's just so clean and well balanced, standing on a great leg, that I think she deserves to be out here. She's just such a nice package. The next younger cow here in line, just dairy quality all the way through. You love the veining, the snugness of attachments, the youthfulness of that udder. I think she's one that catches your eye. She's just got so much quality all the way through her. Without too much ado, this cow up here on this end will be our intermediate champion quite easily for me. She's so powerful, so dairy. To me, she comes to the top quite easy. I think it's closer in the second pair, and it's the mammary system that makes this young cow our reserve champion. I love the 4 attachment, the shape to the udder, and I think she just kind of has that dairy open sweep rib that I really appreciate to go with it. Honorable mention here in the middle, good cow by all means, and certainly one that had to be looked at the final run. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the intermediate champion of the 2016 Southern National Ayrshire Show, entry number 168, Mallory's Popo Mistletoe, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And congratulations to the reserve intermediate champion, entry number 130, Mill Valley Gunner Daisy, exhibited by Mill Valley Farm, Sydney, Ohio. And congratulations to the intermediate champion in the 2016 Southeastern National Brown Swiss Show, entry number 160, Cutting Edge T. Delilah, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. And congratulations to the reserve intermediate champion, entry number 121, Cutting Edge Thunder Fay, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. Brown Swiss entry 172, Brown Swiss entry 172 to the makeup ring, please.
Take it back.
First place and first udder in the 4-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 182, SULP Agenda Snickers ET, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York. And second udder is entry number 172, CIE WW Grand Lucilia, exhibited by Udder Confusion Dairy of Durand, Illinois.
What beautiful balance we have in the first cow. You look at her from the side, she's so nice in the rib structure, the depth of rib, forerib, rear rib, and flank. It's a beautiful open sweep to the rib. It's got so much angular and openness to it. It's a beautiful rib structure that gets her to the top of the class, just that much more capacity and width all the way through. Best udder is quite easy. I'd like to teach shape a little, give that advantage maybe to the second cow. Second over third, she's the second best udder. I love the quality and angularity. She's sharper to shoulder. She's got more open sweep to the rib like the first cow, more closely follows the pattern of my first cow. The second cow does walk more uphill. She's got a beautiful tall front end on her, but not quite the width at the top of the rear udder to get around her. The big cow over the smaller cow, it's all on framework. She's that much taller in the front. She's that much longer from end to end. And for me, she carries herself just a little harder down the top line. The udder next in line is certainly a beautiful height and width of udder, a lot of udder on a small cow. I'd like to see a little more definition of crease. At the end of the line, we lose a little bloom of the mammary system and not quite the overall width.
Placing third in the 4-year-old cow class, the Brown Swiss Show, is entry number 176, exhibited by Jacob Brodel of Edgewood, Illinois. Fourth in the class, entry 181, shown by Wilson Dairy Farm of Parkton, Maryland. Fifth in the class, entry number 179, exhibited by Harley Smith, Collinsville, Oklahoma. Placing sixth was entry number 199, shown by Michelle Flutie of Bloomington, Illinois. Congratulations. First place and first udder in the 5-year-old cow class in the Brown Swiss Show is entry number 188, Schulte Brothers Franchise ET, exhibited by Dylan Dalton and Breanne Freeman of Bremen, Indiana. Second and second udder, entry 185, Justin Agenda Parvel, exhibited by Justin and Ashley Kaufman of Berlin, Pennsylvania.
What a nice group of cows. Not very many, but the quality's all the way down the line. For me, the first cow is the best uddered cow. She's got so much quality and veining, balance, shape and symmetry, teat size, shape and placement over the cow in second. Easily the best udder. I love her beautiful side view. She's balanced with a deep heart, long fore and rear rib with that advantage over the cow in second. I will grant the cow in second is cleaner cut all the way through. A little more angular. The other cow's been fresh a year, but she's still got that flat open rib and a flat bone. You can see the dairy quality. She's just not as clean cut as the cow in second. Second over third, I made her second best udder. She's wider at the top of that rear attachment than 3. And when you get behind her, she lays in neater in the tail, the way the tail is between the pin bones over 3. Love the clean uphill run of 3 with a youthful udder higher above the hock. Not quite the quality in the mammary, not quite the height of that rear attachment to sneak around them. Cow at the end, certainly a dairy quality cow, a little congestion going on and not quite the seam and crease that I'd like to see.
First place and first udder in the 4-year-old cow class in the Open Ayrshire Show is entry number 26, Ski Pal LG Kalina, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And second place is entry number 192, that's Emerald Farms Poker Sweet Thing, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we lead off with the kind of cut of a cow that I think I've been going all day from my young stock into my junior milkers, and now it's transpired into my senior milkers. Again, a cow with a tremendous lot of presence, ring presence. She has a lot of style, she has a lot of balance, tremendous quality of bone and capacious young cow. 3 calves in a great memory. If you just look, it's well welded onto the front, tremendous height and width of rear udder. Fantastic texture of memory. Again, folks, just, one of the complete packages you see. To me, they don't have to be 10 foot tall. They've just got to have great quality of bone. I don't, want to be putting midgets up, but I want to have a cow that's going to be symmetry, blended well in body parts, and I think this cow has it all. She just blends a little more smoother through the shoulder. She's more ease on her rear leg set as she walks, and we said before in the memory. It was a really close decision, folks, between the second and the third. And I actually gave the third second of best udder because I think this black cow has got a tremendous udder. But I just gave the advantage over the second place. I think she's just a little more down through the chest and the fore rib. I think she just excels slightly over there. She just eases a little more on her rear leg set than this cow we have in third. The cow in third, just get behind her and all you see is memory. Tremendous width and height, and I think it's that overall memory and the quality that gives her the advantage over the cow in fourth. The cow in fourth just lacks a little bit of seam to me today, a bit of memory, but what she does possess is a lot of power and strength, and it's that openness and depth of rib, and she also possesses a little more cleanness down through the hock over the cow we have in fifth. Fifth over 6, again, is just a cow with tremendous rear udder height and width and balance and style. And then we go on down to the line. We just haven't quite got the memories that are snug and up in the body wall for those cows to place any higher. But they are a tremendous lineup of cows. Thank you.
Placing third in the 5-year-old cow class, the Brown Swiss Show is entry 187, exhibited by Cassidy Shermer of Galena, Maryland. Fourth, entry number 143, exhibited by Elizabeth Rodel of Edgewood, Illinois. Congratulations. Placing third in the 4-year-old cow class in the Ayrshire Show and second udder is entry number 188, Klein's Poker's Tia, exhibited by James Klein and family of Milton, Indiana. Fourth in the class, entry number 187, shown by Dana Sickles, Marengo, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 186, exhibited by Halls Ayrshire's, Cushing, Oklahoma. Placing sixth was entry number 190 and was exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Seventh in the class, entry 183, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Eighth place is entry number 181 and is exhibited by Eric and D. Cos Lang of Epworth, Iowa. Placing ninth is entry number 184 and is shown by Halls Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations. The 4-year-old Irisher class was sponsored by Lee's Dixieland Dairy.
I'm going to have one less correction, Mike, and two more showing when we done. Just whatever you write down. Just add a couple of others. I'm going to let him turn this up first. Huh?
First and first udder in the age cow class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 193, Random Luck El Tallulah, exhibited by Matthew Thompson, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second and second udder is entry number 193, Sigurd's Dynasty Eleanor, exhibited by Udder Confusion Dairy, Darlin, Illinois.
Easy winner in the class for me that has the whole package. She's tall, she's angular, holds her top line straighter down the top, particularly in the back, middle of the back to the loin. She carries her udder higher above the hock and has just a little more levelness of udder floor than the cow in second. So the first udder honors go to the first cow. You love the shape, the levelness, the bloom. A cow that just spells dairy quality and openness all the way through. Second over third on that capacity and dairy strength. She's deeper in the heart. She drops the rear rib and flank much deeper for more capacity. I think her udder has just a touch more quality to it as far as the veining, and it's snugger into that body wall than the cow in third. Cow in third, big, powerful cow. I prefer her teat placement, snugness of udder attachments, and a touch more width at the top of the rear attachment over the next cow in line.
Need Irisher age cows and 100,000-pound cow to the makeup ring, please. First and first udder in the 5-year-old cow class in the Irisher show is entry number 197, Twinview Adrian Berry Mary, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. And second udder is entry 196, Blind Buck Vol O'Rusty, exhibited by Halls Irishers of Cushing, Oklahoma.
Folks, in this class we haven't got a lot of near and some are varying ages of lactation, but we lead off with a cow that wins quite comprehensively for me today. She's clean cut, She walks out on a very good set of feet and legs. And she has a memory that's got a lot of punch to it. It's got tremendous height and width of rear udder. She wins my best udder of class. And she's the overall package complete style. I love the frame and the outlook of this cow. We have in second place, and she gets second in best udder. She just possesses a more desirable rear leg set to her as she tracks off on her rear legs as over the cow we have in third. She has a little more seam to her mammary as well than the cow in third. But I love the cut of the cow in third. If you look at her shoulder, the point of the shoulder, she has tremendously refinement out throughout there and tremendous width through her rump. And it gets that refinement of bone that gives her the advantage over this big, powerful cow we have in third. Third over fourth, just a little more smoother through the rump and more ideally set. And we look at the fourth cow there. Yeah, nice rear udder on the cow. Thank you.
We need Irish entries 203 and 205. That's your age cows. Your class is going in the ring right now. Last call. Irish entries 203, 205. The makeup ring, please. Third place in the age cow class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 197, exhibited by Daniel Alden of Danville, Ohio. And fourth, entry number 196, shown by Shelby Neerman, Brownstown, Indiana. Congratulations. Third in the 5-year-old cow class and over, or 5-year-old cow class in the Irisher show, is entry number 195, exhibited by James Klein and family of Milton, Indiana. Fourth is entry number 198, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Placing fifth, entry number 194, shown by Katie McGee, he of Okeechobee, Florida. Congratulations. The 5-year-old class in the Irisher show was sponsored by Smith Brothers Dairy. State herd forms are available in the makeup ring, and they are to be completed and returned to the front desk 10 minutes upon completion of the grand champion selection. First and first udder in the component mirrored cow class in the Brown Swiss show is entry number 201. That's Cruises Victor Judy, exhibited by Fairdale Farm LLC, Owenston, Kentucky. And second udder is entry number 20, John Lee Secret Langwitherby, and it's exhibited by Dylan Dalton and Breanne Freeman of Berne, Indiana.
If you're ringside and haven't paid much attention to the Brown Swiss breed, here's two cows that do the package for the Brown Swiss breed. Talk dairy quality, beautiful udders, just cows with all kinds of cleanliness and style, and both of them getting there in age and still carrying that udder above the hock with so much capacity and quality. Ultimately, it's a close placing, these two cows. I'd love to take them both home. First cow for me, just a little more power and strength today. She's deeper in the fore rib and rear rib. Get behind her, she's got just a touch more arch and spring for that capacity in the midsection. She's a touch higher and wider in that rear attachment and blends in just a smoother in that rear attachment. But two quality cows, beautiful cows. Really, there's not a problem. It's too bad they show up in the same class and have to compete. But that's the kind of cow that I love to work with, and they're spilling milk all the way through, no matter what angle you're looking.
First and first udder in the age cow class in the Irisher show is entry number 200. That's P.A. Hall's Poker Addy, exhibited by Hall's Irishers, Cushing, Oklahoma. And second is entry number 204, Herbal Reno Leanne, exhibited by Richard and Teresa Townsend of Elkland, Missouri.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the age cow class here, we start off with a cow that really is quite a super cow. She hasn't been in calf that long, and I love the style, the balance. If you just look at her ring presence there, she just glides very easily. She has ease of locomotion. And I particularly like the mammary on this cow as well. I think it's very well hooked on in the front, tremendous height and width of a rear udder. And I think just the overall style, the balance, it gives her the advantage today over this beautiful frame cow here we have in second place. I really admire her for her frame, her uphill run, and it's just that overall frame and more desirable blending of body parts that gives her the advantage over this cow we have in third. Folks, I gave this cow in third, second best udder, because if you have a look at her as she goes out past you, she has tremendous height, she has tremendous width of that rear udder. And it's got more definement of crease than the cow we have in second as well. Thank you.
Senior best three in the Brown Swiss ring. Two lovely groups. You get behind them, you really appreciate what they're bringing as a group. The first group to me just has a little more youthfulness of udder, snugness of attachments than the group in second. But the second group, nicely balanced, clean-cut dairy cows with good udders, just not quite the width all the way through and not quite the snugness.
Placing first, the best three females in the Open Brown Swiss Show is the entry of Elite Dairy, Copake, New York, and second, Ryland and Shelby Neerman of Brownstown, Indiana. Congratulations. Placing third and second best udder in the age cow class in the Irisher Show was entry number 121, exhibited by James Klein and family of Milton, Indiana. Congratulations. Produce of Dam for the Brown Swiss ring, please. Produce of Dam. Winning the 100,000-pound plus cow class in the Irisher Show is entry number 209, Lone Elm Modem Lady, exhibited by Daniel Hoppaw of Columbia Crossroads, Pennsylvania.
Folks, there's only one in this class, but we better have a good look at her, and I'd better tell you a bit about a story about her. She's 8, she's had 6 calves. She's done a power amount of milk, and to have a mammary that's still up well above the hocks is a pretty damn good effort. She blends throughout so well. She's got very good feet and legs, so I really commend her for that. To me, that would be like sending my grandmother out to work all day, and she's retired, so thank you.
In the Open Brown Swiss Show, entry number 200, John Lee Secret Lang with the Bee, exhibited by Dylan Dalton and Breanne Freeman of Bremen, Indiana, was the total performance winner and the NASCO winner. Congratulations. The H-Cow class in the Irisher Show was sponsored by Elliott Family Dairy. And the 100,000-pound class was sponsored by Car Air. We're now showing for senior champion in the Irisher Show. Intermediate champion and junior champion should be ready to show for grand. We need Irisher exhibitors heard in the makeup ring. Irisher exhibitors heard in the makeup ring, please.
I think they're coming down the ramp. I think they'll be here soon. Yeah, I think they'll be here soon.
for the Brown Swiss group. I'm going to line them up just like they're standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, right down the line. First two cows here just have that dairy quality. For me, they've got a little more substance and rib structure than the group in second. I have all the respect for cows that have the good mammary system, and that's why second is over third. We got a great cow in the third group, but a young calf standing beside her, and I respect the good udders on the second group over 3. 3 over 4, just a little more power and strength and correctness of mammary system with a beautiful calf standing beside her. A little more uniformity as far as the overall soundness of function.
Placings in the produce of dam in the Brown Swiss show. First, Elite Dairy, Copac, New York. Second, Major Dairy, Lebanon, Tennessee. Third, Elite Dairy, Copac, New York. And fourth, Delbert Teeters and family, Trafalgar, Indiana. Congratulations.
Folks, now we come to the exciting part, crowning our senior champion for the Southern National for 2016, and we've had our first and seconds out here, and it's been a really good show, and we've seen some great cows come out with very good memories and different stages of lactation. For those guys that have pushed you forward, don't be disheartened, because you've got some tremendous cows that I've had to work with today. Unfortunately, they are standing here. You guys are standing there, but take a bow, because you should be really pleased with how you've done it. And I just love this old cow down here with, as I said, old cow like that to be out working and looking as good. It's like sending my grandmother out to work each day and getting her to bring home a wage for me to spend on beer or something. But God bless my grandmothers, they're both not with me. Folks, we've got 3 cows here, 3 cows of tremendous quality. They're all pretty much cut the same way. We've got one cow, the white cow here has only been milking 30 days, but the other 2 cows were first and second in their class before, and we had the white cow won. I feel really pleased with the quality of stock that I've had to work with in the senior class, the quality of memories that I've had to work with, and I think we've got 3 exceptional animals out here. But before I go out and crown my senior champion, my reserve and my honourable mention, I don't care whether you're in the back stalls, front stalls, or wherever, you should come and have a look at this Ayrshire show because it's been a great show. Put your hands together, folks, for a wonderful Ayrshire show. I'm going to go and tap him out, and then I'm going to tell you why, because it is a close decision between the reserve and the honourable mention. Folks, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out this is one hell of a cow. A blind man would be pleased to see her. And if I couldn't see and I use braille, what I do see, if I could just touch this cow, folks, I would see a cow with tremendous amount of quality, of blending of body parts. A cow that has that overall balance and style. And then you look at the working in, what you want to see every morning in the dairy when you wake up and you see a fantastic memory, great teat placement, tremendous height and width of rear udder. But what it possesses to me, she's got so much texture in her memory. Folks, this is a really close decision between these 2 cows here. And what it got it for me, and I challenge anyone to go and have a look and see whether they agree or disagree. That's when the old pilot could get a bit of turbulence later on. But folks, you stand behind this Ayrshire cow here, I have given my reserve to, and she just has so much more quality. She just a tremendous rump on her, just her chest, her openness, and just the overall blending of body parts that gives you the advantage over this tremendous white cow here that's only just calved. The reserve cow to me is just a little more smoother over the tail head. She sets it down a little more even. She does possess a little more quality of bone, especially in the front leg and down through the hop. But I love the frame on this white cow. I love her memory system. It's so well tucked up her, the body wall there. I think another 30 days have been milked. This cow is one hell of a cow. So put your hands together for the champion, reserve and honourable mention. It's been one hell of a show. Ayrshire Breeders, congratulations.
Congratulations to the senior champion. Entry number 26, Ski Pal LG Kalina, exhibited by Glamour View Farm, Walkersville, Maryland. And congratulations to the reserve senior champion, entry number 192, Emerald Farms Poker Sweet Thing, exhibited by Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Ayrshire State herd forms should be turned in 10 minutes.
We had a real nice older cow show here in the senior division. We lost some numbers that we had in our younger divisions, but I tell you, we brought out some excellent quality and beautiful cows. These are the three that I think need consideration for the senior champion honor. This first cow in line just balanced so well. She's got that deep heart and a long rib, beautiful udder that just attached so snugly and beautifully, and whether you look at it from the side or the rear, just a beautiful cow. I'd like to change her teeth size and shape just a little bit, but just a lovely, balanced, dairy, good uddered cow. Next cow in line, not quite the clean cutness maybe of the other one, but she's tall, she's dairy, she's long. I think she's just another cow that needs to be pulled out here, and you have to respect her length of body. She's just so long from end to end in compared to some of the cows we saw today. The older component cow here at this end, I talked about how much I love these two cows in class. The other one was your total performance winner. That just means she's got good function and high production. It's a shame I don't have her out here. But this is the cow that stepped ahead of her today, and she spells the same production and quality all the way through, and what a lovely cow she is. I think these are the three, even though we had some good quality, good udders out here for consideration. But for me, I have a lot of respect for the old cows, and she's going to be my senior champion today.
Thank you very much.
Then we're going to sneak down here on the other end. We're going to sneak down here on the other end of the line. I love the balance of this younger 4-year-old. She's just so clean and angular and dairy. She'll be our reserve. Honorable mention on this tall, long dairy cow. Congratulations.
We need those state herd forms up at the front desk, please. State herd forms to be turned in at the front desk. Last call. Congratulations to the senior champion of the 2016 Southeastern National Brown Swiss Show, entry number 201. That's Cruises Victor Judy, exhibited by Fairdale Farm, LLC, Owenton, Kentucky. And congratulations to the reserve Brown Swiss senior champion, entry number 182, SULP Agenda Snickers ET, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York.
Folks, in the issue ring, we're crowning our grand champion of grain and milk for the day. And we've got our winning intermediates here, and we've got our 3-year-old that came out and won her class, and our winning 2-year-old as well that won her class. And they were just well cut, well matched together. And then we have our senior cow here and our reserve senior cow. Folks will analyse these cows. One thing I I think I've had some great cattle to work with today, and I feel very, very privileged and honoured, as I said, to travel 38 hours in a plane to get here and to adjudicate on what has been, I believe, a fantastic show. Yes, I was at World Dairy Expo last year as a co-pilot. This year I am the pilot. As I said, we might experience some turbulence after judging. I'm quite welcome. I'm a big boy. I'm well and truly adverse to anyone wanting to ask me why I didn't place him. But folks, you can't take away the quality that we've had. Now, if you're in the back of the shed, you need to feast your eyes, come out here to the cattle sheds and watch this Ayrshire Championship. It's been one hell of an Ayrshire show. Today, folks, I'm going to go out and I've got a hard decision, a really hard decision, and that's what I love about judging. I love the challenge. I've never taken illicit drugs in my life. I've never been an alcoholic. Some people may say I drink too much. I get my adrenaline, my rush, my buzz in life of judging cows. And today I can tell you I've had a full fix. I'm on a high because I've seen some great cattle. So Ayrshire Breeders, thank you for the invitation. You've given me my high for the day. I don't have to go around the back and smoke anything that I shouldn't smoke and not get it out of America and get locked up when I get back home in New Zealand. Folks, I've got a 3-year-old here. I look at her and I think, wow. As I said, she belongs in New Zealand with me. She's cut like a diamond. She's sparkling all over. A little bit critical, and then I'm splitting hairs. She's just a little covered in the shoulder for me at the moment to be absolutely 100 out of 100. So she's 99.999 to me. So I have to look at that and say, do I go with her because she's just got a slight bit of cover? We've got our 2-year-old here that was reserved to her, an outstanding young cow. And then I look here and I go my senior champion and I think, okay, easy folks, it's between my intermediate and my senior. I look at one has got a little bit more power, a little bit more heart room. And I look at another and it's got a little bit more refinement over the shoulder. Then one's had 3 calves, one's had 2 calves. So which way am I going to go? Folks, I'll tell you which way I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the young cow.
Thank you.
Go one round there. And then I'm going to go with this cow here. And then this cow. And the white cow. But they're going to do a big round around the ring. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to give them one big round of applause they deserve. Folks, this cow, to me, and I'm sorry, Brown Swiss Breeders, but I think we need to acknowledge the quality that we've had today. This cow here, to me, has that quality of memory. Only one less calf, but it is well hooked up among the body wall. I think she just tracks out on very good feet and legs, although she's getting tired at the moment. She has more chest width. She has more depth and openness of heart room than the silky, silky hide Ayrshire we have. Yes, she is a little tad cleaner through the shoulder, but folks, she doesn't possess the power through the front end and the overall depth of barrel as well. And her memory's not quite as tucked up as this wonderful 3-year-old cow. Honourable mention cow, I just love her from standing from behind, and you'll just see from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, that's so much more openness, tremendous depth. And she just beats the 2-year-old for that, just that quality throughout, just a refinement. But folks, have a decent look at this white young cow. What a memory. She has got tremendous venation. I think a cow that you're going to see a lot of in the future, if all things being equal. Round of applause. Congratulations, Ayrshire exhibitors. One hell of a show. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, welcome to the champion lineup here in the Brown Swiss ring. If you will, let's give them a round of applause. I think we've had an excellent quality show, and I was just telling Leonard up here, I think the quality this year was a couple steps above what we've seen here in the past few years. So I commend the exhibitors.
and owners for that. Certainly a nice quality group, and the quality run down the line several places. We got some beautiful heifers down here. I love my junior champion, that long, clean neck and dairy style. We'll let her and her cohort and championship down there develop the mammary system and come back and compete. But I really admire what they're offering today, and they were pretty easy for me. We got the 4 lactating cows up here, my intermediate champion with reserve and the senior champion reserve. And I think this is the cream of the crop. I think if you look at these cows, they're the cows that the breed needs for dairy strength. I think they're the cows that we need for dairy quality and the beautiful udders to do the job that we work for every day. In my opinion, I think it's a really tough placing. I think it's really close for champion and reserve. And I'm going to put the 2 cows up there that my gut tells me that's the way it's supposed to be today, and it's going to be really close. But I hope you'll appreciate the dairiness and the champion cow right here. I think she's the milk cow. She's clean. She's got age on her, but still looks like she's very productive and useful without any problems. Reserve, I'm going to put my money in this younger cow. She's a cow that gives the same package. She's clean, she's dairy, she carries her udder more youthful. Of course, she hasn't had as many calves, but I think they're the same package. She's reserved for me. We have a lot of respect for the intermediate reserve champion, but this will be our honorable mention right here. 3 great cows. I have all the respect in the world for the old milk cows that do the test of time, and she gets it today, and I really admire the power and the strength of this younger cow that stands right beside her. It's been a pleasure being here judging. I enjoy cows so much. I've been around it for a long time. I've bred a few, showed a few, and judged a few, and this is always a highlight for me to get to this point and have such a quality available. Thank you for having me. Congratulations to everyone.
And our thanks to Steve Hendricks for judging our Brown Swiss show here today. Congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 Southern National Ayrshire Show, entry number 168, Mallory's Popo Mistletoe, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 26, Keepal LG Kalina, exhibited by Glamour View, Walkersville, Maryland. And our thanks and appreciation to Judge Selwyn Donald for judging our Ayrshire show here at the 2016 North American. And congratulations to the grand champion of the 2016 Southern National Brown Swiss Show, entry number 201, Cruiser's Victory Judy, exhibited by Fairdale Farm, LLC, Owenton, Kentucky. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, entry number 160, Cutting Edge T. Delilah, exhibited by Elite Dairy, Copake, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen from the Ayrshire Ring, we have our breeders group, etc. And it's hard to go past this group. We've got our reserve champion senior cow in here. We had a cow that won her class as well. Further down through the line here, we've got some quality animals as well. And this group here, I love this little calf here on the end of the line. I think it's a calf I want to come back and judge one day, and I hope it's got a great udder on it, because I think it'll be right amongst some money. So, last class of the day, folks. Thank you again to the Southern National for the invitation. For those behind the scenes that were responsible for my nomination, I thank you. I've thoroughly enjoyed my day. I hope you have enjoyed my judging. And, I look forward to quickly going out the back before you go home and meeting as many people as possible. I know in showing at home myself, cows don't come to the ring looking like this unless you've got a great team of helpers out the back. So I commend all the fitters, the mucker-uppers and the washers and etc. for doing a sterling job. And also to my ringmen, to the ladies and gentlemen up there, thank you very much. You're a professional outfit, you do a really good job. I wish you well in the future. Thank you very much.
Ayrshire State Herd Forms, we need those at the front table right now, please. Ayrshire State Herd Forms. First place in the exhibitors herd in the Ayrshire Show is Emerald Farms, Winchester, Ohio. Second, Ridgeview Farm, Lancaster, Missouri. Congratulations. The total performance class winner is entry number 200, P.A. Holly's Poker Addy, exhibited by Hall's Ayrshire's of Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And our thanks and appreciation to all you Ayrshire and Brown Swiss exhibitors for very fine shows here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Exposition. We wish you the very best and hope to see you again next year. Don't forget, the Supreme Champion cow will be selected in 30 minutes here in Freedom Hall. Supreme Champion cow at 1:30. We'll be awarding the herdsman, the premier breeder and exhibitor, and then we'll have the Supreme Champion cow parade. In the Brown Swiss Show State Herd Competition, third was Illinois, second, Indiana, and first place, Ohio. Congratulations. Ayrshire State Herds. Second place is Indiana. First place, Ohio. Congratulations.
Exhibitors, we'd like to give you a little information about our Supreme Show. It will be at 1:30. We are shooting for 1:30. Now, we're going to give you the order for the Supreme Show. We will start, first of all, with the presentation of the Herdsman Awards. We will then have the Premier Exhibitor Awards, and then the announcement of the Premier Breeder Awards, the presentations, and pictures. Then after that, we'll move to our Supreme Cow Drive. So that's the order that we'll do. First of all, the Herdsman Awards, then the Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder, and then Supreme Cow. Well, for you exhibitors who will have the cows, that'll give you a little heads up. We'd like to have you back in the makeup ring, and let's shoot for like 1:20 for those cows to be back in the makeup ring and ready to come into the ring, thereabouts at 1:20. We'd like to have the following folks to be making their way down to the trophy table, behind our trophy table here, if you would, please, behind our stage. Someone from Hall's Ashars, from Utter Confusion Dairy, Locust Hill Farm, BJ Grove Dairy, Cash In Jerseys, Spring Hill Dairy, Caracash Farm. We're going to need representatives from those farms to be down here on the Freedom Hall ringside. Behind the stage here, please. Again, that's Hall's Ashars, Utter Confusion Dairy, Locust Hill, BJ Grove Dairy, Cash In Jersey, Spring Hill Dairy, and Caracash. Also represented from Knapp's Guernsey, Riverbend Dairy, River Valley Farm, Cold Springs Dairy, and Glamourview Dairy. Also, folks from Stan Mardale, Ratliff Jerseys, Innisfield Dairy, and Taylor Newhouse. We're going to need all you folks to be down here at the trophy table. We need our open show judges to be making their way also down to our trophy table. Our open show judges, if you would, be coming down to the trophy table for your orientation session. 15 minutes to our Supreme Show. Again, we need representatives from the following farms to be back here behind the announcer's table. You can come down the escalator. Representative from Halls Ashers, from Utter Confusion Dairy, the Kenny family, from Locust Hill Farm, BJ Grove Dairy, Cash In Jerseys, Spring Hill Shorthorns, I think that's Kerry Richard, Cash Farm, Elite Dairy, Knapp's Guernseys, Riverbend Dairy, River Valley Farm, Cold Springs Dairy of Massachusetts, Glamourview of Maryland, representative of the James Klein family, Stanmardale Holstein, Ratliff Jerseys, the Innisfield Dairy, and Taylor Newhouse. Representative from those exhibitors, we need you down at the trophy table, please. One more to add to our list, we need a representative from the Heavenly Show Cattle to also be down to the trophy table. Representative from Heavenly Show Cattle, Kerry Richard, down to the trophy table, please. 10 minutes to showtime. Yeah, we're calling some folks down to the trophy table. We will be doing the Herdsman Awards, the Premier Breeder, Premier Exhibitor Awards. So as you folks can expect, you're going to be receiving some of those awards. So we need for you, please, to make your way down to the show ring if I have called your name. And be back behind our trophy, please. Need our judges from our open show to be here at the announcer's table now. If you'll meet with Mr. Roger Sparrow, if you would please be on the east side of the show ring. Our open show judges. We need you in the arena right now. We have several folks who are going to be receiving awards that have not made their way down to the trophy table, and that's going to be the first for our program. So I'm asking you again, if you would please make your way down to our trophy table now. Someone from Cash In Jerseys, Danny Up Church and Crew, we need you down here, please. From Heavenly Show Cattle, Carrie Richard, we need you down here, please. James Klein family from Milton, Indiana. Late Dairy, representative down here, please, from Copac, New York. Stenmardale Holstein, from Urbana, Ohio. We need you down to the trophy table. Taylor Newhouse from Redbud, Illinois. And I believe that's a Glamourview Dairy. We need someone from Glamourview also to be at the trophy table. Eric Top and Mike Berry. Eric Top and Mike Berry, we need you down to the show ring, please. We need someone from the Elite Dairy to be at the trophy table. Someone from the Elite Dairy at the trophy table. Someone from Glamour View Dairy. We need you at the trophy table, please. Heavenly Show Cattle. Kerry Richard. We need you down at the trophy table. We'll be starting our program very shortly. We still have 2 folks that need to be down at the trophy table. Actually 3, I believe. Kerry Richard, Glamour View Dairy, and Elite Dairy. We need you at the trophy table. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan Grigson, your North American Dairy Superintendent, and I get the pleasure of being your MC for our Supreme Show today. We are going to have the order of doing our Herdsman Awards first, followed by the Premier Exhibitor Awards, the Premier Breeder Awards, and then we'll have our Supreme Cow Show. I'd like to thank all of you exhibitors for coming out for the 2016 North American International Livestock Expo. When it's all said and done, we take a look at our entry numbers. I believe we're going to be just right about where we were last year as far as what showed through the ring, and maybe just slightly above that. So that's a real pleasure for us, and we thank you for being part of our program. I'd like to thank our breed association representatives. Our dairy breed reps have been here and been a tremendous help to us. So for you folks, we thank you. You're a very important part of our North American program. So our thanks to our breed representatives. Also to our dairy superintendent crews, those individuals who assisted Roger Spera and myself. Roger serves as the assistant dairy superintendent, me as the dairy superintendent, and then our staff under those, they put in a lot of time, volunteering, many of them, to give their hours to help to have a great show here. So a big thank you to them. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Jim Claycomb. Jim was a general superintendent, actually started out over the years, and he's been here from day one, but he helped us a lot with the dairy show, then on to general superintendent, and was out last year, but we were able to talk him into coming back and be our announcer this year. And Jim Claycomb, thank you, sir, for a great job doing our dairy announcing. It's been a pleasure for us to host these 14 national and all-American dairy shows. We have representing our North American livestock crew, Steve Kelly, who is the director of the expositions. He'll be here to assist with our presentations. Catherine Raleigh is our North American assistant manager. Warren Beeler serves as our general superintendent, and we appreciate all their hard work in making this all possible. We'd like to begin with our Herdsman Awards. First of all, the dairy show officials of the North American each year present Herdsman Awards to exhibitors who have done an outstanding job with their cattle exhibit and their exhibitions all week. The criteria the committee uses considers the neatness and attractiveness of the exhibit, the cleanliness of the exhibit area, the exhibitor's behavior, their cooperation with the staff, and their friendliness toward other exhibitors. Now, the awards are given in honor and memory of longtime dairy superintendent David Spera, who really enjoyed the great exhibits and the great exhibitors of the North American. On behalf of myself and Roger and all the officials and staff, we thank all exhibitors for your participation and your good job with your exhibits. We feel our show runs so smoothly thanks to your cooperative efforts in getting the show paperwork ready, working with us on that, and then making sure that things work smooth in the ring as well, too. We'd like to present now the David Spera Herdsman Awards. Would a representative please step forward once we call off your name, move over to the picture area. We will be making the presentations of the Herdsman Awards. We begin with the Ayrshire. Our Ayrshire Herdsman Award winner will be Halls Ayshires of Cushin, Oklahoma. Receiving a piece of stoneware, a dairy milk pitcher from one of the Louisville Stoneware companies. So we appreciate the fine folks you've done on the main aisle. Halls Ayshires, Cushin, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Now for the Brown Swiss. That award's going to go to the Utter Confusion Dairy. That's the Kinney family of Durand, Illinois. Real nice exhibit over on, I think it's like row M. So that's the Utter Confusion Dairy, the Kinney family. Congratulations to you. So they receive the Herdsman Award for the Brown Swiss breed. That's Utter Confusion. For the Guernsey breed, your winner is going to be Locust Hill Farm. That's Stephen Terhune, the McGinnises, the Colliers, and the Shearers have worked hard there on the main aisle from South Isaac, Kentucky. Locust Hill Farm will win our Guernsey Herdsman Award. We got all the families together there for the picture. Representing the Guernsey Breed, your Herdsman Award winners again is Locust Hill Farm.
That don't have any numbers and don't know what their numbers are. Is that okay?
For the Holstein Breed, your Herdsman Award will go to B.J. Grove Dairy. That's the Clanton crew of Mulberry Grove, Illinois.
Green needs to have a harness on. They need to have their numbers corresponding with the animal they're leading. Thank you.
So congratulations to Clantons. Done a good job over in the pavilion. The big string of Holsteins, the B.J. Grove Dairy from Mulberry Grove, Illinois. Now the David Spare Herdsman Award for the Jersey breed. That's going to go to Cash in Jerseys, the Cash family. Cash family, and then also Danny Upchurch and his crew from Tulare, California. They're receiving the Jersey David Spare Herdsman Award. Now for the Milking Shorthorn breed, that award goes to Heavenly Show Cattle, Kerry Richard and crew from Monroe, Wisconsin. And a rookie here, first timer, and coming away with the Herdsman Award. So congratulations to Kerry Richard, Heavenly Show Cattle, Monroe, Wisconsin. For the red and white breed, your David Spare Herdsman Award will go to Carakesh Farm, Gifford crew, of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. Again, congratulations to Carakesh, the Gifford crew, coming down from Minnesota and winning our Herdsman Award for the red and white. We move now to the presentation of the Premier Exhibitor Awards. Mr. Kelly and Roger Spare will be assisting here with the presentations. Also got Fran in there from Kentucky Farm Bureau. They are a sponsor for the Supreme Cow Contest and give a lot of support here to all the activities at the Expo Center. So, Fran, we appreciate you in Kentucky Farm Bureau. Open Premier Exhibitor for the Ayrshire breed. That's going to go to Halls Ayrshire from Cushy in Oklahoma. The Premier Exhibitor winning the points race there to be the award winner, Halls Ayrshires. Your Premier Exhibitor for the Brown Swiss Show will be the Elite Dairy from Quebec, New York. Anybody here from the Elite Dairy? All right. For the Guernsey breed, your Premier Exhibitor for Guernsey is Knapp's Guernseys from Epworth, Iowa. For Holsteins, Premier Exhibit Award will go to the Riverbend Dairy of Unionville, Tennessee. Premier Exhibitor for the Jersey breed, the River Valley Farm, the Sauter family of Tremont, Illinois. Some of you folks will be winning 2 awards, so after we call your name, just maybe hang around for a moment. Milking Shorthorn Premier Exhibitor, that award's going to go to the Cold Springs Dairy of Salisbury, Massachusetts. Congratulations, River Valley, our Jersey Exhibitor Award winner. And now moving in toward the picture area is the Cold Springs Dairy from Salisbury, Massachusetts. They are the premier exhibitor for the Milking Shorthorn breed. Now for the red and white breed, your premier exhibitor is the Glamour View Dairy, the Yeager and Walton and crew from Walkersville, Maryland. Glamour View Dairy from Walkersville, Maryland receives the Red and White Premier Exhibitor Award. So congratulations to our Premier Exhibitors for 2016. Now we move to the Premier Breeder Awards. Our open Premier Breeder for the Ashar breed will be the James Klein family from Milton, Indiana. Congratulations to our Ayrshire Premier Breeders, the James Klein family. Now for the Brown Swiss. Your Premier Breeder will be the Elite Dairy from Copec, New York. For the Guernsey breed, your Premier Breeder will be Knapp's Guernseys of Epworth, Iowa. For the Holstein, your Premier Breeder will be Stan Martindale Farm of Urbana, Ohio. Your Premier Breeder for the Jersey breed will be Ratliff Jerseys of Garnett, Kansas. Milking Shorthorn's Premier Breeder, that award goes to the Innisfil Dairy of California. And I don't believe they're an exhibitor here this year, but they were the Premier Breeders, so Genevieve, you'll make sure that they get that for us. Red and White, your Premier Breeder for the Red and White breed is Taylor Newhouse, Redbud, Illinois. All right, one more try here for the Elite Dairy. Did anyone ever show up for the Elite Dairy? Okay. If not, that will complete our Premier Breeder, Exhibitor, and Herdsman Awards. And let's give all these folks another big, big round of applause. Thank you all. They tell me that they've had a little problem. I guess they still had cows that were ultrasounding and then getting lined up and getting back numbers right. So we'll wait till we hear from our makeup ring. Our next event will be our Supreme Cow Show. So we're going to check and get our ringmen all set and ready for that. We'd like to first of all thank our Open Supreme Show sponsor. We'd like to say a big, big thank you to Kentucky Farm Bureau for the $2,500 award that's going to go to our Supreme Cow. The Kentucky Farm Bureau Federation does tremendous things for agriculture and for rural Kentucky. It's more, of course, than an insurance company. It's so much more for their memberships. They're a very, very strong organization, and we're so pleased to have them as a sponsor for this year's Supreme Cow for the Open Show. Representing Kentucky Farm Bureau today is Fran McCall, and she'll be assisting with the presentation of the awards here shortly. At this time, I would like to introduce the judges and go over our announcing procedures for you. So as I call your name, if you will, please take your place on the rail. I'm going to ask our judges to spread out down the rail, and we ask that there please be no talking during the judging and the scoring. The judge coming the longest way to be here for North American, judge at our Ayrshire show, Selwyn Donald from New Zealand. So Selwyn, if you'll take to the rail, please. We thank you for the great job you did in placing our Ayrshires today. Look forward to your judging here for the Supreme, Selwyn Donald. For the Brown Swiss breed, Steve Hendricks from Walcott, Indiana was our judge. Steve is having some health issues, and he's on his way to Indianapolis. Really kept him a little longer than we probably needed to here today, but Steve will not be able to be with us for the judging of the Supreme. For the Guernsey, Eric Topp from Botkins, Ohio. So, Eric, if you'll take your place on the rail, please. Our judge for the Holstein show and also for the Red and White show was Chris Lummers of Marysville, Ohio. Chris moving now to the rail. Thank you, Chris, for a good job on our Holstein and Red and White show. Our judge for the Jersey show was Mike Berry from Albany, Oregon. He came to be our judge for the Jersey show and now for the Supreme. So, Mike, thank you, sir. And from up in New Hampshire, Greg Clark came to judge our Milking Shorthorn show. From Cornish Flat, New Hampshire, Greg Clark. Thank you, Greg. So, ladies and gentlemen, those will be your judges for our Supreme show as they placed our Open show. And if you would give them a big round of applause for a job well done judging our North American this year. Well, it's time now for the presentation of your grand champion cows. We're going to begin, of course, with our Ayrshire. They'll be making their way through the gate. Our ring men, I believe, are set and ready. So let's call to the ring, first of all, our Ayrshire grand champion. The end of the ring comes Ski Pal, L.G. Kalina, exhibited by the Glamourview Farm of Walkersville, Maryland. She was a winner of the 4-year-old cow class. And then on to be the grand champion for the Ayrshire breed. Bred by Ski Pal Ashers, Epworth, Iowa. But today showing for the exhibitor Glamour View Farm. That's Ski Pal LG Kalina, your Ayrshire Grand Champion. Through the gate next comes our Brown Swiss. Cruises Victor Judy. Our Brown Swiss Grand Champion is exhibited by the Fairdale Farm. That's a spare family at Owenton, Kentucky. She was the winner of the Component Merit Cow class, and then on to be the Breed's Grand Champion. She was bred by Cruces Dairy out of Iowa, now owned by Fairdale Farm, LLC. So that's your Brown Swiss Grand Champion, Cruces Victor Judy. Next to the gate will be our Guernsey Grand Champion, Misty Meadows, Levi Swade. Exhibited here to North American by Beth Clark of New Paris, Pennsylvania. This cow was a winner of the 4-year-old cow class, and then selected as the Grand Champion. Beth Clark also the breeder on your Guernsey Grand Champion. That's Misty Meadows, Levi Swade, exhibited here at the North American by Beth Clark of New Paris, Pennsylvania. Next in will be our hosting Grand Champion, Maple Key Sid Odyssey. Exhibited by the Glamour View Dairy, it's Yeager and Walton of Waltersville, Maryland. And another 4-year-old class winner. Competed in for intermediate and senior champions competition and on to be the Grand Champion. Maple Key Sid Odyssey, exhibited by the Glamour View Dairy of Walkersville, Maryland. Next into the ring is our Jersey Grand Champion. We present to you RRF Comerica Daisy, exhibited by TJ's Classic Jerseys and Reinhold Jerseys out of Anasonia, Ohio. She also the winner of the 4-year-old cow class. This is for the Jersey breed and selected to be the breed's Grand Champion. It's bred by Reinhold Jerseys and Jordan and Trenton and Trevor Reinhold of Rochester, Indiana. So that is your Jersey Grand Champion, RRF Comerica Daisy, exhibited by TJ Classic Jerseys and Reinhold Jerseys of Anasonia, Ohio. Next in is a Milking Shorthorn Grand Champion, Kate's Reuben Tulsa Time, exhibited by Peter Kate of Warren, New Hampshire. She won the award in the 5-year-old cow class and on to be the senior champion and the Grand Champion. Bred by Peter Kate of Warren, New Hampshire. So your Milking Shorthorn Grand Champion is Kate's Reuben Tulsa Time, exhibited by Peter Kate of Warren, New Hampshire. Next to the gate is your red and white Grand Champion, MS Stransholm All the Way Red, exhibited by the Glamour View Dairy, Yeager and Walton of Walkersville, Maryland. This cow was a winner of the 5-year-old cow class, senior champion, and then Grand Champion. So representing your red and white breed, that's your Grand Champion, MS Stransholm All the Way Red. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a chance right now to see a head-to-tail lineup of some of the premier dairy animals in the world today. What a lineup of fine grand champion cows. Would you agree? How about a big round of applause for our North American champions? All right, our judges have had a chance now to look at a head-to-tail lineup. Now, if you will now, if you'll watch your ring man and turn your heads of the cows toward your ring man so we can have a rear view of the udders to our crowd, please. And a side-by-side lineup, please. Now you get to enjoy the power of these fine cows and the great udders on your grand champions. All right, judges, we're going to allow you now to move in for a closer examination of our cows. Judges may proceed to the cows. All right, judges, if you have finished your close observation, if you'll take back the rail, and again, no talking. And even after you turn your cards in, please no talking, because if we have a tie, we'll do a revote, the animals that we have a tie with. Going to go back to a head-to-tail lineup with heads facing the announcer's table. Bernie always seems to know the right music to play as he plays a Jeopardy theme for us. Bernie, we appreciate your long hours and your great music on the organ. So thank you so much, Bernie. A good idea. Give him a big round of applause. All right, looks like our judges' cards are on their way. And let me again ask you judges, please do not talk until we have given the final announcement. If we have a tie, we'll ask you judges again to vote between the two animals that are in a tie. All right, judges' cards are in and tabulation process underway. We'll know our results here in just a moment. I do want to thank our media folks, our different folks from the Dairy Magazines, Dairy Internet Services, who have been here part of our North American International Livestock Expo Dairy Show. So all of our media folks, thank you so much. We appreciate the publicity and all the good work you do to spread about the news about our great dairy show here at the North American. Our tabulation process is complete, ladies and gentlemen, and I now know who the winner is. Only two of us know who the winner is, but everyone out there is a winner. What a parade of grand champion animals. Again, let's give all these champions a huge round of applause. I think Judge Henderson was talking about the quality and how the quality has continued to get better and better each year, and it's just tremendous. We thank each and every one of you exhibitors for the quality of the animals that you have brought out to the show. Again, our thanks to the folks at Kentucky Farm Bureau Federation for their support of the North American. They are providing a $2,500 check to the winner. Fran McCall, if you'll take your place, along with Steve Kelly, the Director of Expositions. If you'll move over to our presentation area. We would like to tell you that for 2016, North American International Livestock Expo Supreme Champion Open Cow is going to be RRF Comarca Daisy from the Jersey breed. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Your jersey is your supreme champion, RF Comica Daisy, exhibited by TJ Classic Jerseys and Reinhold Jerseys of Anasonia, Ohio. Congratulations. Everybody knows the Daisy cow and the quality of the cow that she is. And our congratulations to TJ Classic Jerseys, RF Comica Daisy. That's your winner. And now, Mr. Berry, sir, if you would give some reasons.
And I thought this was an outstanding lineup. Every breed had an exceptional winner out here. Congratulations to all the breeders. But this Jersey cow, it's a cow that just has so much dairy strength, so much width and power all the way through. You just love the spring, the openness to the rib. There's just so much width. She's hard top. She's made just perfect in the rump, the way the tail sits down, and just a really strong line moving on a great set of feet and legs. And then when you get to analyzing the mammary system on this cow, you just love the way that forerunner ties in so perfectly in the body wall. She's not quite as full today, but you can just see the way the structure of that rear udder is so high and wide. The crease runs deep right to the top, and those teats are right plumb under the udder. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Mike Berry. And thanks again to all of our judges, Selwyn Donald, Steve Henders, Eric Top, Chris Lummers, Mike Berry, Greg Clark. We thank you guys for your job greatly judging our breed shows and on to our Supreme. Congratulations to TJ Classic Jerseys and Reinhold Jerseys as they have our Supreme winner for 2016. I'd like to say thanks to everyone for your participation in our North American International Livestock Expo Dairy Show activities. We look forward to hosting your national dairy shows in 2017. Please come back next year and help the North American grow to be bigger and better. Thanks for being part of the world's largest all-breed purebred livestock show, the North American International Livestock Expo. We will be doing releases very shortly. We'll have an official announcement on release time here in just a little bit. Have a good day.